the municipal clerk to let us know when we are live streaming. Okay. Good morning, everyone. I call this meeting, the regular meeting of council on Tuesday, July 2nd, 2024, to order. And in the spirit of truth and reconciliation, I acknowledge that we are gathered in the heart of Treaty 7 territory of southern Alberta. This land is home to the Blackfoot Confederacy, consisting of the Siksika, Kainai, and Piikani First Nations, also the Tsuut'ina First Nation, and our most adjacent Indigenous neighbors, the Stoney Nakoda, comprised of the Bearspaw, Goodstoney, and Chiniki First Nations. Further, we are located within the Rocky View Métis District within the Battle River Territory, District Number 4. The town of Canmore is committed to working to live in right relations to advance truth and reconciliation as we acknowledge the many Indigenous peoples whose footsteps have marked these lands for generations. I'm grateful for the traditional knowledge keepers and elders who are still with us today and those who have gone before us. As we are all treaty people, we each have ongoing responsibilities to protect and honor all life. Turning now to the agenda for today's meeting. Are there any changes? Seeing none, I move that we approve the agenda for July 2nd, 2024 regular meeting of council as circulated. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. All right, now we'll move to our public hearing. I call to order the public hearing for Bylaw 2024-05. The purpose of this bylaw is to revise the land use bylaw with respect to political campaign signs. The public hearing will proceed as follows. After I provide this introduction, administration will provide a summary of the matter under consideration to set a context for the hearing. Council will have opportunity to ask questions of administration after their presentation. Then I will invite members of the public to speak. There will be an opportunity for council to ask questions of clarification after each speaker presents. Once anyone present who wishes to speak has done so, then Ms. Clerk will provide the names of any written submissions, and then council will again have opportunity to ask questions of administration before the public hearing is closed. With that, let's move to the administration's presentation. Ms. Miller, good morning.
Good morning.
Welcome to council.
Welcome. We have nothing further to add from the June 4th council meeting where this bylaw amendment was presented, as well as the bylaw that would replace it.
Okay, great. Before we move to public presentations, does any member of council have a question? Councillor Faubert.
I just have one question. So remind me, why are we taking it out of the land use bylaw and creating a separate bylaw instead to manage political campaign signs?
One of the reasons that we discussed back, I think, in December of 2023, when the recommendations were first brought to council, that we were asked to bring back a report at how we should look at political campaign signs. And one of the recommendations was to take it out of the land use bylaw and put it into a separate bylaw so that it was easier to find, wasn't buried in the very large land use bylaw, and was clear, and we were able to make changes to that bylaw a little easier.
We wouldn't have to go through a land use bylaw amendment in order to do so. Okay.
And then easier to find. Municipal enforcement is the more likely department that will be enforcing this. So going back, taking it out of the more planning enforcement side of things and putting it into a general bylaw is also easier to enforce.
Great, thank you. Any other questions of council before we move to public presentations? Okay, seeing none, thank you very much, Ms. Miller. Okay, this brings us to the public verbal submissions. Council would like to hear from anyone who wishes to speak today. In that spirit, we'll be enforcing a 5-minute time limit on presentations, not including time for questions from council. We'll be using a countdown timer to help us stay on track. If you plan to speak, you should be aware that you will appear on the live web stream of this hearing, and the recording of this web stream is published online. While you are speaking, we ask that you direct your comments to council and limit your comments to the subject of the public hearing. Council will be given an opportunity to ask questions of clarification after each presenter has finished speaking. We ask that speakers and members of the gallery join Council in supporting the rights of everyone to be treated with dignity, fairness, and respect. That includes not responding with either cheering or admonishing, as such will impact the feeling of safety of others who may wish to speak either for or against. As Chair, I will intervene if necessary to uphold these principles. Now I'll open the floor to speakers. First, based on those registered, I believe we have one. Correct? Yes. And then if anyone is present in chambers who wishes to speak, rotating between those who wish to speak in favor, opposition, or in a neutral position. So, our first speaker is, and pardon my mispronunciation of your last name, Bruce Eidvik? Eidvik. Mr. Eidvik, the podium is yours, and welcome to Council.
Thank you. Morning.
Morning.
Morning, Mayor Krauser and members of council, and great job yesterday on the parade. That was a lot of fun. My family and I moved back to Canada in 2020 after living abroad for 15 years. And one reason we returned was to restore our ability to participate in the democratic process in which I believe strongly. For example, while abroad, I helped fund an appeal to the Supreme Court of Canada to restore the right to vote for non-resident Canadians, which the Harper government had rescinded, and in which we were successful. I take voting rights seriously. I'm here to voice my strong opposition to the proposed bylaw. It's undemocratic, and I can explain why. This bylaw infringes on Section 2B of the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms, which guarantees the freedom of expression. Political signs are crucial for candidates to communicate their messages and increase visibility. Limiting their placement restricts this vital form of expression. In the last municipal election, the difference between many candidates was less than 1.7%. This is the typical lift provided by effective signage, and I have the source documents to prove that. Incumbents typically receive a 5 to 10% boost in vote share due to their status alone. Again, I have proof of that. Removing the ability to put signs on public property extends this advantage significantly. Yes, the restriction is only on public property, but incumbents can quickly address a pre-existing list of property owners to get signs deployed that are already known and are already a known entity to the community. The challengers will be knocking on doors for approvals, significantly slowing their rollout. Public signage could be ready on day one. Therefore, restricting this visibility is a big advantage for incumbents when campaigns only run for 4 weeks. Yes, there are other forms of campaigning, but signs still make an important difference. Public spaces have high visibility and have proven to lift voter turnout. Some have said the cost of signs is prohibited. I estimated this costs about $2,000 to purchase about 200 plus signs. Candidates can spend up to $10,000 on a campaign. And sadly, if you think you can't raise $2,000, your chances are going to be very slim, unless you're an incumbent or already have a well-established brand. And if council believes this will limit participation, they seem to have no concern in deploying extortionate rates for sign violations. While concerns about environmental impact and unsightliness are understandable, these can be managed with less restrictive measures. The town could enforce cleanup more strictly or allocate resources to ensure timely removal after elections. Democracy is worth dealing with temporary visual clutter for 30 days every 4 years. Further, there's an inherent conflict of interest for incumbent councillors voting on this bylaw, as it directly benefits their re-election efforts. Any sitting councillor planning to run for re-election should therefore abstain or recuse themselves from voting. There are only 3 municipalities in Canada, Banff, Surrey, and Kingston, that do not permit signage on public property. This represents 0.1% of all 3,700 plus municipalities in Canada. Banff's restriction is unique due to its location within a national park. Surrey's implementation was purely political and was clearly an attempt to suppress voter turnout. if anybody knows the story. In conclusion, this bylaw undermines our local democratic processes and constitutional freedoms. It favors incumbents and places undue burdens on challengers, and I urge the council to reconsider its support. According to the Municipal Government Act, the only valid reasons for restricting signage are for the safety, health, and welfare of the people. This bylaw does not meet this threshold. By limiting challengers' ability to run strong campaigns, we're essentially anointing incumbents. And as Monty Python would say, strange women lying in ponds distributing swords is no basis for a system of government. There is undeniable research that clearly demonstrates that signage during elections increases voter turnout. The reasons for restricting signage to private property are tenuous at best. So why is council so keen to keep pushing this bylaw forward? Those are my comments.
Great, thank you very much, Mr. Idvik. Before opening up for questions, I will address the conflict of interest issue. This is not a conflict of interest. We are in the same position as everyone else. There are certainly those who were incumbents that ran, had signage, and did not get reelected. And there were certainly those with multitudes of signage that did not get elected. There was also some that could not afford to get signs and therefore felt at a disadvantage. In any event, come election time, we're all of a clean slate, and we all have to operate by the same rules. And there are plenty of ways to express oneself actually quite freely without using signage on public property. So I just want to clarify that. I will open it up for questions from council. Councillor Faubert.
I messed up the button system already, just to give you some more, thank you.
No problem.
Thank you, Mr. Idvik.
Idvik.
Thank you. There's two types of changes I think that council is considering. One is the way we regulate signs, and the other is, allowing or not allowing them. Taking it out of the land use bylaw and putting it into a separate bylaw, what are your thoughts on that change?
I have no comment on the change of moving it out of the bylaw. I think my main issue is with the limitation on public property, because incumbency is a big advantage. Name brand recognition is a significant advantage, and I'd recommend you read the source documents to research this. So by limiting on public properties, you are not going to have that first mover advantage that incumbents will have because of that brand. So that's my biggest issue. And I thought the fines, frankly, were extortionate. Like, they're really unreasonable.
Okay. Any other questions from council? Seeing none, thank you very much. There's a sign-up sheet there, just so we spell your name correctly. If you could please sign
Sure.
that at the clerk's desk.
And I'll leave my documents behind so you can have a copy of them.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Now looking to, if anyone else would like to present on this matter. Going once, going twice. No one else would like to present. Okay, then I will turn to the clerk and ask if there are any written submissions.
We have received no written submissions at this time.
Great, thank you. Okay, looking to administration, do you have any closing comments based on what was heard? Looking to council, any final questions that you have of administration? All right, seeing none, I will now close the public hearing. Thank you. We now have the pleasure of a couple of delegations. Our first delegation is item C1, Partners in Affordable Housing, and the partnership proposal. Dr. Cardle, you're going to introduce the delegation.
the pewter?
This is gonna be awkward, I have to go underneath.
Okay, thanks, Cheryl.
Maybe try leaving it in,
Okay.
or, you know what, why not just bring my laptop over? That might be easier here.
We're due for an upgrade.
She's at it.
So I believe it's the overview that's in our package. It has a number of slides following. Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, that's already moved way over. There you go.
It's the slides 1 to 35, I
easy.
believe.
Sounds like maybe it's changed a little bit. Perfect. Oh, easy. Okay. Well, after all that drama, they can both take a deep breath. I'm happy to introduce Jolene and Jennifer from the Partners for Affordable Housing, who are here to give you a presentation. So over to you.
Welcome to council.
Thank you. Good morning, Mayor and members of council. My name's Jolene Livingston, and I am the CEO and founder of Partners for Affordable Housing. We are a pan-Canadian approach to accelerating philanthropic investment in community housing. I'm here today with my colleague, Jenny Peepgrass. She is our Chief Development Officer and lead fundraiser for the organization. So today I'm just going to give you a little bit of context about what Partners for Affordable Housing is, how we came to be, and how we are working across Canada to accelerate investment to bring more units to market faster. So, our mandate is collective investment, stacking and scaling investments, resources, financing, land, and knowledge to increase investment in affordable housing, essentially bringing public, private, philanthropic, and nonprofit providers to the table together to help stack and scale investment in affordable housing. Sounds easy? Not so much. Collective voice. We will run national campaigns, think along the size and scale of Bell Let's Talk Mental Health, but dispelling and destigmatizing the narrative around those who are in need of affordable housing. And finally, collective knowledge. There's a lot of knowledge out there around how to do below market affordable housing, and I should note that that is mostly our focus, is below market affordable housing. There's a lot of knowledge out there, a lot that's been curated through CMHC and its partners, but a lot of nonprofit housing providers are not aware that it exists. One tool, for instance, is Capital Connect, which is currently owned by CMHC, and it is becoming a repository of projects across Canada for which we can connect funders to below-market housing projects. And we are in process right now in discussions with them. It's a $7 million investment that they made to become the conductor of that piece of technology and to ensure that the repository is robust, shares insights into the projects that are coming to market across Canada, and allows funders to look at them from the perspective of the respective interests. So whether it be regional, provincial, national, and or by population. So for instance, if you are a philanthropist and you love to invest in youth, we can filter all projects across Canada that will represent youth housing initiatives in a below market setting. So the gap we seek to fill. So we came to be, the notion started about 5 years ago. I wear a second hat. I have a management consultancy that primarily works with social impact organizations. And we were working with social service agencies and nonprofit providers on big capital projects. And what we learned through this process is the system is highly disaggregated. So there are many providers, thousands across Canada, that are ready to bring below market housing to market, but the funding gap is very difficult to stack and scale. The financial equation just doesn't work, though there are many ways to approach it. There is funding out there, but nonprofit and below market housing tends to lean into government mostly versus looking at the corporate interest as well as the philanthropic interests. There's resources, people have land, corporations have land, philanthropists have land, the government has land. We all have capacity in some way, shape, or form, and resources and knowledge that we can bring to the table. But the equation is really difficult to bring all those partners to the table because what you need is a designated resource to facilitate those connections, start the conversation, and keep the ball rolling. It's not an easy task, and government doesn't have those appointed people. Corporations generally don't have those designated people as it pertains to nonprofit housing, and below market housing providers are really focused on serving the clients that need housing first and foremost. So we propose to be an aggregator of these resources and philanthropic interests. So our approach is P4 funding, bringing P4 funders together. We know this equation works. We've done it many times on other projects. And so we have established Partners for Affordable Housing, which is a nonprofit organization working across Canada. We are modeling this after the Resolve campaign, which was a very successful campaign run in Calgary where 9 organizations came together over a period of 6 years, raised almost $300 million by the time they worked in 3 levels of government, philanthropy, corporations, and then the nonprofit providers themselves. The equation, the administrative cost, was about $12 million over 6 years to raise $300 million. It was a limited term effort. It has since closed, and what we've seen is a lot of that philanthropic and corporate investment has dried up because nobody's out there asking, and that's what we propose to do. Our partnership proposal.
So in terms of what our hopes are, in terms of partnership with the town of Canmore, is we are seeking an investment grant of $250,000. And what that means is that we will, with your input, tackle up to 5 below market community housing projects. And what we would be looking for in terms of participation from the council would be to help us identify an advisory council to people that would have valuable insights that we could learn from in terms of how to drive these projects to success. We would be looking for your participation in the Capital Connect, so sharing information about the projects that we can list on Capital Connect, and your participation in an awareness campaign. We would anchor that awareness campaign, but we would look to you for content and input. And then also working with us on prospecting in terms of folks that you think might be interested in supporting these initiatives that we could then start to cultivate and eventually solicit for their philanthropic investments. And then finally, the CMHC demonstration initiative is an opportunity to lever your support and your partnership into more support to grow the Partners for Affordable Housing by creating a demonstration initiative. And what that means for the town of Canmore would be that all of the marketing and awareness tools that the CMHC had at their disposal, as well as Partners for Affordable Housing, would then give these projects a really loud national bullhorn to celebrate the success and demonstrate that this is a model that can be replicated across the country. Thank you. And so what our value promise would be for the grant from the community, or from the town of Canmore, you would receive a team of highly skilled fundraisers who would be working on securing philanthropic and corporate investment in the projects that you've highlighted as priorities for the community. You'd have support from a larger team of experts. So we have a network of partners across Canada who are interested in this work and have lots of insights to share. We would be facilitating partnerships on behalf of the town of Canmore and the providers that would be operating the housing ultimately, as well as access to marketing assets, interest holder engagement sessions, which is a really important piece because we know that there's a lot of people with a lot of important feedback and priorities. We want to hear from the folks in the town of Canmore that have a stake in successfully bringing below market housing to market. And we want to synthesize their feedback and find ways that we can steer these projects to a successful completion with their input and buy-in. And then finally, we would provide the coordination of the advisory council that would probably meet at maximum monthly, or as once things are starting to roll, probably quarterly after that. So we would provide all that administrative support to make sure that that council is set up for success. Awesome.
So this is just an example of some of the partners we would engage in the process. What I should mention is we have been underwritten by the government of Alberta. And so we are prioritizing communities across Alberta to work with in similar fashion as what we're proposing with the town of Canmore today. We have first and foremost prioritized those who have received accelerator funding from the federal government. We are particularly interested in Canmore because it is precious to us as Calgarians, as a place we love to play and recreate, and I need say no more. Here's a case study of work we've done, although we can provide many others. I will share with you that Jenny and I, as fundraisers, career fundraisers, have worked on some of the biggest campaigns in Canada. Mine, $1.4 billion at the University of Calgary, and Jenny just finished off a career at the Glenbow Museum working on a very aggressive campaign that will raise $204 million. What we're proposing can be applied in almost any situation if you can actually find the linkage and intersection of interests and abilities across.
Yeah, don't worry about that. You were very generous with your time as we were working out the technical things at the beginning, so please take a couple minutes to wrap up.
Yeah, I'm almost done. Intersection of interests and abilities. So the one thing I want to share is that one of the barriers to scaling investment in affordable housing is there are so many providers and they do not have the voice. The public government is really at the whim of voters, and so difficult to really fairly distribute their funding. They really have to invest in areas where they can scale. Corporate is in the same situation. They're subject to shareholders. And finally, philanthropists are the key to make this all work very creatively. So this is an example of a 12-month project we had with Rocky View Foundation. When we first arrived at their doorstep, they had a hotel that they were converting into seniors housing. We had 12 months with them before they needed to open those doors. They were going to finance the entire thing. What we did was we worked with them, government and philanthropists, and raised nearly $6 million. Plus, we're able to successfully garner CMHC investment funding, low interest funding for that initiative. And so where they were going to be holding $16 million in debt, they're now holding $9 million. So that was just a 12-month initiative. If we have a runway that's much longer than that, we know our impact can be greater. So I'll wrap it up there and open it up to questions. Thank you for your generosity.
Yeah, thank you very much for your time today and for coming and sharing about this really quite innovative project. I had a couple of questions to start out, and it's just, I want to make sure that we're talking about the same thing as far as what our need here is in Canmore versus what might be seen in other communities. I think of housing as a spectrum, and at one end of the spectrum there's homelessness, and then you get into social housing, and then you typically get into market housing, rental and ownership. Given the high cost of land and high cost of living here in Canmore, we have, there's the one end, and then there's market. We have this big gap, and it's not social housing, and it's people that can't afford to get into the market. They could be professionals, like teachers, management, business owners, hospitality sectors. There's a great big gap there, and they can get into, and they do through, let's say, Canmore Community Housing, buy a unit that $450,000 or $500,000. So we're not talking about cheap. You get 2 or 3 times the house in other communities, but it's non-market. Doesn't raise the price according with inflation. So that's our biggest need. It's not the social housing. I see through the partners that you used in Calgary, there was a lot more on the social housing end of it. Mustard Seed, Homeless Society, those sorts of things. And so, would you be able to support and market and fundraise for this, the Canmore non-market housing, and it's not social housing?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely. We have the ability to be really flexible and I would say creative. The example that I just shared with you with Rocky View Foundation, it is considered social housing, but it's also got a mixed market component. And so, there's ways that we can get really creative about our approach. There is a standard definition around what is below market housing. We look at what is the need of the community, what are the nuances in the community, and how do we serve there. And so the key for us is being able to tap into philanthropic dollars. So it does have to meet a below market housing to some degree, but not 100%. So there's ways we can be flexible, and we're very familiar, for instance, with CRPS and the project they had around the teacher housing. There's no reason we can't get involved in projects like that.
Okay, and likewise through Canmore Community Housing or others that we do that are non-market. Okay, so you'd have to raise dollars, through those who would be willing to donate to support, and like yourselves, I think there's a lot of people that value Canmore. I know that all of us up here and on the screen there, we're fighting to protect this community. To retain community, so that we have a fully functioning dynamic in town here, where we have families with kids and professionals that serve them, and you can live where you work. You don't need to be busing workers in or something like that. Going the route that many mountain communities have gone before, where it becomes an enclave of those who can afford it and everybody else just gets bussed in. And you lose your community dynamic. You really lose that which makes Canmore special. And so I would think that that's the hook for any philanthropic giving to support this. Do you think that there's sufficient people? Because Canmore has a reputation of being very affluent. And, we're talking about homes that are not for social housing, but could be sold or rented. It's still at places that would be above other places. Do you think that that's doable?
Yes.
Yeah, absolutely.
If you could just speak to the mic, just so we can capture it on live streaming. Thank you very much.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think that's one of the reasons that advisory council would be so key, in terms of they would help us by giving us sort of clues of where to start looking, but then our work would be to conduct really deep prospect research, to look for those individuals who share those values that you've shared and that are part of these projects, have the capacity to support them, and have some kind of connection to the outcomes. And so that we would start to put together a prospect list that starts to reflect those individuals, begin to engage them, and work what we call a pipeline in terms of advancing them through the process to which they would eventually get a proposal. Okay. So that's that would be the effort.
Great, thank you.
I'll add that we've already begun.
Okay.
We've had many of those conversations before arriving here today.
I like self-starters.
Yeah.
Councillor Graham, you have a question.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you for presenting here today.
Welcome.
A couple of questions. What other communities have gotten on board with your strategy?
So
within Alberta?
We are just venturing out. So for context, I've been at this for 2.5 years. One of my value propositions is I won't ask you to do anything I haven't done myself. I'm now invested in this organization to the tune of about $500,000. Government of Alberta was first in. We are now seeking to work with many municipalities. So we are in conversation with Edmonton, with Calgary, and with Airdrie right now, but we've only just begun these conversations. I'll share that any startup needs partners at the table, and somebody has to be first in, or nobody's first in. And the Government of Alberta took a flying leap of faith with us, to be quite honest. We didn't appeal to any granting process. We appealed to their ability to want to innovate. And so we are in the same discussion phase right now.
Sure.
We wanted to be ready before we arrived at the municipal table, but having a repository of projects is key to our success and starting to market those across Canada. And so we, like I said, we're starting with accelerator funding communities as well as Canmore for obvious reasons, because the feds are already in, the province is in, and we believe we'll get more traction with those communities.
So we didn't get our accelerator funding. And, that was, at that stage, there is more opportunity for accelerator funding down the line. Mm-hmm. How would you help us be more successful in the future with that funding?
Mm-hmm. So we have the ear of the feds, the province, and starting to forge relationships with different municipalities. We're also operating in Ottawa and in the city of Toronto. Ontario is a key market for us. The CMHC demonstration initiative would be one way that we can help to amplify Canmore's voice by saying maybe you were first to the table in terms of a partnership with our organization. And the demonstration initiative is really about taking great innovative ideas and sharing them across Canada. And so we've been successful with demonstration funding before. We actually hired the former VP of CMHC who was running the program before, so he's on our team now. And so we believe that would be one way to do it. A, get the federal Crown Corporation on side and amplifying our collective voice, Canmore and Partners for Affordable Housing. But we also are actively engaging with Minister Sean Fraser's office.
Okay, excellent, thank you.
And he's told us to come back when we have our municipal partners at the table.
I guess maybe two more. Have you had discussions with our local organization, CCH, Canmore Community Housing?
We have.
Okay.
It was one of the first conversations we had to try and assess the ability to work with Canmore.
Thank you. And do you look at conditional funding? We would be willing to do this if such and such steps were achieved.
So one of the things we're also looking at is, conditional funding. Maybe unpack that for me a little bit, please.
We would be willing to step forward if this term and that term, if you had 5 other communities on board, if you had, if you could guarantee us 5 projects in the next 2 years, how do we assure that our taxpayer money is being well invested here?
We will work with you to work out the terms of that. I can share with you that if some of the conditions were met in terms of our partnership proposal, establishing advisory council, ability to work with the community, again, we would shoulder the lion's share of the administrative burden and try and keep the load light for Canmore. We know that good fundraising is, the cost to raise $1 is 10 cents. Mm-hmm. And so we definitely would be willing to talk about what are the partnership elements that need to be in place, work with you to establish those. If we're working closely with you and if the conditions are right, we have no doubt that we can raise significant amounts of money in this community for you. There is a lot of untapped potential. I've been working in Calgary for 20 years. I have a good sense of what your prospect pipeline out here looks like and what your prospect pipeline in the city looks like. And I'll share with you that they're not very tapped at this point in time. So they're not being brought to the table in meaningful conversation to turn their philanthropy into Canmore and into the community they love. So that's not a specific answer, but yes, absolutely, a partnership has to be conditional on mutual accountability and outcomes.
Thank you very much for this innovative approach.
Thank you.
Councillor Ma?
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you, Ms. Livingston and Ms. Pipegrass, for being here. As Councillor Graham mentioned with regards to the half funding, we haven't successfully gotten a half funding yet, but it doesn't seem like that's an issue for you guys to want to work with us. Is that correct?
No, non-issue.
Okay, great. And my other question is, if we were to commit to funding, would you guys be able to start, or do you need to get a certain number of communities together before you can launch?
We're ready to go. So I have my own consultancy, which is focused on fundraising and marketing and communications, and I've been leveraging my team to work on this project. So we're ready to go.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just a couple more questions. You mentioned Edmonton and Calgary. What's the amount of ask that is perhaps going to those communities? Because for them, like 250,000 is like a drop in the bucket. That's a rounding error. For us, it's a significant portion.
Right. So the ask is 3 to 5 projects for
Okay.
$250K
Okay.
for any community. Anything over and above that is additional.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Yeah.
Councillor Faubert?
Thank you, Mayor Krauser. I was going to ask why 5 projects or 3 to 5? Why that number?
Very good question, and something I should have addressed earlier on. We're looking for projects that we can get over the line as quickly as possible. So projects that either have, for instance, land donated by the province of Alberta, or plans in place like CRPS. So we're looking for projects that have good legs, that have already gone through a level of red tape and rigor that we can start working on right away. It removes, for us, some of the risk, because if you've been successful with a Government of Alberta or a CMHC or other funding bodies, you know, a lot of red tape has already been pushed through. And so it's now just a matter of making the stacking and scaling equation work. And so what we know is we've done extensive work in the city of Calgary, and what came up as we spoke with 60 providers, that there were really only 3 to 5 projects that were really in that kind of shape to go. So that's kind of the principle we're using in our startup mode. Longer term, we will get engaged very early, because we know that's where the success lies, is making sure that you're able to plan predictably and finance predictably as you go along. So our longer term goal is to be able to offer capacity building dollars to get projects underway that have merit to do so.
Thank you.
Okay. I'm just wondering if Councillor McCallum, okay. Dr. Kyle?
So Councillor McCallum has lost power, but she's asked that we keep going, and she's sorting herself out.
Okay.
She is, though, texting me and asked that I just clarify this. So this is on behalf of Councillor McCallum. She was asking also in a similar line about the 5 projects. She was confused that it meant 5 doors or 5 buildings. What
No.
I'm hearing you say is a project is actually a tangible, like you mentioned CRPS, the Palliser lands, that would be 2 projects within one community, correct?
Correct.
Okay, great, thank you.
Great.
That's all I have from her at this point.
Great, thank you, and I hope she's able to rejoin us. Okay. Did you have another question? No? Okay. I don't see any other questions, but I do want to state a few things around process and just context as well. So, thank you again for coming and presenting. This certainly is the sort of thing that this council is taking a look at. We've been exploring bold, creative solutions. I believe that the items that we've already brought forth is going to move the needle on non-market housing more than all previous efforts combined. We have an ASP approved that will see 1,300 new units, 1,000 of which are non-market, with the CRPS lands you've talked about. We have some other lands we're taking a look at. And then there's non-land policies that we're looking at: to use tax policy to encourage permanent residency, to reduce tourist home use, and to incentivize purpose-built rentals. So those are the sorts of things that we're looking at. In order to do that, you need money. And so that certainly is an interesting thing. The amount of money that you're asking is less than 50% of that it would cost to build one unit. And so that's an interesting thing if we can leverage that amount of funds into allowing multiple projects to go forward in a timely basis. That's something worth considering. So appreciate that. As far as policy goes, we don't make a decision today, but I will be bringing a motion to direct administration to come back with a report for our next meeting, which is August 20th. You've just caught us on our summer break, so the next meeting is August 20th. And so that we would have the information in hand to make a decision at that point, rather than referring it to administration at that time. I will be bringing a motion this morning. So,
Thank you.
So hopefully we'll be able to then address this in full on August 20th. All right?
Thanks so much.
Okay, so thank you very much. With that, I will move that administration is directed to bring a report to the August 20th, 2024 regular meeting of council that includes: 1, a recommended source of the $250,000 funding requested should council decide to approve the request, and 2, any other information administration thinks is pertinent to the decision. That is up on the screen. Just speaking to that motion, well, I've already said a few words of why this is something interesting to consider, but in order for us to make a decision on the 20th, we would need to know the source of funding and the implications of that. And also we would like, now that we and administration have heard this presentation, any other pertinent information that should be part of our consideration in coming to that decision. So I would encourage you to support this motion so that we're in a position to make a decision on August 20th. Would anybody else, or would anybody like to speak to the motion? Councillor Mong.
Thank you, Worship. Happy to support your motion. As you noted, we got a lot of projects, but we don't really have the funding. And if we can somehow find a way to unlock this as soon as we can, I think that'd be very, very helpful. And we're doing a lot of things, but this is another way that we can move that forward. Thank you.
Councillor Faubert.
Thank you, Your Worship. I will be voting in support of this motion. I think this is a very interesting proposal I'd like to explore further. And it feels like to me that our leadership and the work that we have been doing is attracting partners to the table that will help us find some more solutions to our problems, and that's exciting for me. So thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to speak to the motion? We don't have Councilman McCallum back yet, do we? Okay. So she'll be marked as having left the meeting and then returning, so she won't be part of this vote. All right, so then I will call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. So thank you very much. We'll now move to our next delegation, and that is C2, Canmore Eagles Debt Relief. Mr. Mackay, will you be introducing Mr. Lockwood for us?
With pleasure, Mayor Krauser. Say it like you mean it. No, it is my pleasure to introduce Daryl Lockwood, president of the Canmore Eagles, and I would say dedicated community volunteer.
Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Mr. Lockwood, welcome to council.
Good morning, Mayor Krauser and distinguished town councillors. Thank you for making this time this morning to listen to our request and why we're asking for the town to write off the last part of the debt. As you know, we are a non-for-profit, community-owned hockey team, and who is very proud to be part of the Alberta Junior Hockey League, representing the town of Canmore. We are also extremely proud of our relationship with Canmore Minor Hockey and with the town of Canmore. We have proven over the past 30 years that we are very valuable to this community and to all hockey in the Valley, and we're extremely proud of the work that we put in from our board members to management and coaching staff and the volunteer work throughout the Valley. We've made some huge strides to build a fun, entertaining hockey team for the community to come out and enjoy the action at a reasonable price for the whole family, and we would like to keep it that way. Over the past 7 to 10 years, we have been able to keep up with our bills to not only town repayment, but to all the suppliers, despite rising costs and other challenges that have come with playing hockey at this level in the AJHL. We have done this in the past with the help from mostly local involvement from a few gracious supporters, including ourselves, Andrew Milne, Al Dahl, John Straw, and a few others who have come forward to pay a bill or a town payment or to help make payroll when needed to make sure that this team stayed in this community. During the very difficult years of renovation and COVID, our average attendance per game was approximately 150 fans. In the 22-23 season, our average shot up to 477 fans on average, and in 2023-24 season, it increased to 589 fans per game, for an increase of 14.9%, the highest average growth last year of all other AJHL teams. Extremely proud of that. There are a couple reasons why we're here today asking for the debt to be written off. First, I don't know if the people who have helped in the past can or able to put any more money in at this point. Second, we have proven ourselves through the really tough times of renovation and COVID and ensured that we were able to make it through it. This process was really important to illustrate that the community truly wanted a junior A hockey team representing this town and the Bow Valley. We know that $65,000 is a big ask for the town to write off and to justify to the people of Canmore. But we feel our value to the community, which we are speaking of here today and detailed in our letter, will help explain the reasons for our request. Release from this debt will help us start out this year on a strong foundation, and hopefully we can do better than just break even. At that point, we would like to able to start upgrading a few things in the rec center, such as cameras and sound system. This would not only benefit our operations, but it will also benefit other users in the rec center facility. Your agreement to this ask would be a huge boost to our organization and others. Please consider writing off this debt, this last part of our debt, so we can continue to provide much-needed entertainment in the community at a reasonable price, despite the constant rising costs that we are all faced with. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Lockwood. So I should say before I open up to questions that, of course, we're dealing with financial matters of a private organization, and so should there be questions that might involve disclosure of private information, then I will be recommending that we go into a closed session to answer those questions rather than doing so in the public sphere. All right? So I guess just a couple of questions of clarification for myself. You outline in the letter a number of interesting projects that you would like to move forward with that would be some required by rules, but others just for greater enjoyment and experience for both the team and fans. So I think that they total about $55,000 of capital improvements. How would we be assured that the, if there was forgiveness of some or all of the remaining debt, how would we be assured that those capital improvements move forward?
I think from the two biggest ones right now is cameras. It is a requirement from the AJHL to put them in because they want to get to goal. Did the puck go across the goal line for review and for other penalties? We want to get advanced along that far. For the cameras, for playback review on our streaming process. So that would be probably our number one priority. And then after that, maybe looking at the sound system. Third would be probably some kind of a big screen to do our promotion and that kind of thing. It's not like, I guess in one sense, if the $65,000 is written off, we could take that money and put it straight to. These would be projects we have to do over a period of time. I think we're excited about our steady growth that we have had. We are limited to the how much advertising we can do in the building, because we're not a full bowl. So there's those kinds of things. We don't really want to jack our prices up too much, but we are excited with the growth that we're becoming sustainable and, like I say, better than just maybe break even. So whatever money's at the end of a season is there and available, that's when we would like to start upgrading these certain things, certain asks and requests. I think on the probably on the screen, that would be also looking for somebody for advertising. They would be the sponsor of that per se, but pretty tough to do on the camera and versus the sound system, that kind of stuff.
Right. So the camera aside, because they're probably, I don't know, are they attached to the net?
No, they'd probably be attached to the roof trussings, and then shooting down. And actually, we have a meeting with a person who's hired by the AJHL to kind of come in, give us a recommendation, which then we'll take back to the facility.
Okay, so well, the cameras might be one thing. If with larger upgrades like to the arena sound system or to a wall-mounted screen, would those then become fixtures that would then become owned by the town of Canmore?
Generally, in the past, anything that has been brought in, like from the seats, in years past, there was always that time where then they were given to the town, sold for $1. I think it had to be have a legal kind of a bit to it, so it would be the same.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
Thanks. Looking to my colleagues to see if there are any questions. Councillor Mara?
Thank you for your presentation. I'm just curious, when you said about seating and different aspects that you have added to the arena as a group, community group, do you currently, who owns the seats currently? Would you say you do, the town, have you sold to the town for the $1? Because I know they did cost money in the beginning.
Yeah, so Canmore Minor Hockey, I believe, put the money up front to get those seats here. We're in collaboration with them, and we still owe Canmore Minor Hockey, I believe it's around $15,000 for those seats, because we said we would have our portion, and we would like to, make good on that. And that would be, one other initiative moving forward. If the town debt was written off, we could then start paying back into minor hockey on those seats. So I do believe the seats, though, there again, the town of Canmore gave us an opportunity to do some advertising on them, but I do believe they're probably the town of Canmore's. They should have sold them back to them for the $1, like we did on the previous sets years ago. But that took probably 7 or 8 years to get that sale, and I was pretty happy when that happened because those seats were starting to fall apart.
So would you say anything that you add to the arena, per se, is a benefit to the town of Canmore, because now we would be eventually in possession of these upgrades?
Yeah, I think so. I think we can go back to the bar, that was a nice little project together. And, that's the town's, and it's for their use for if they need to rent it out. But if something ever happened to us, that is the town's, space. And, from there to do with what they feel is so.
I have one more. Okay, sorry. Sorry for all these questions.
That's fine.
So all of the upgrades or things that you've previously put in or currently put in or look to put in are a benefit to all the groups, user groups of the arena, correct?
Correct. I think in the cameras, we talked about for ours, but from a coaching aspect, I'm hoping figure skating can use it as well. Just have more cameras. They can go back and look and see how their process is. They may be doing some already, but I believe it'll be a huge benefit for minor hockey, for anybody who's inside there who wants to use it from a coaching aspect. And who knows, like with the streaming, minor hockey may be able to start streaming more games to their grandparents, that kind of thing, and use it through. I'm not 100% sure how user-friendly it all is yet, but there's that side of it. From a fan experience, if we get to that, we'll call it lack of a better term, Jumbotron, It could be also great for the town of Canmore to put up some advertising or events that are coming up as well inside the community. Sound system, everybody uses a sound system, from, you know, the figure skating to minor hockey to anything that's going on in there, so.
Thank you for your answers.
Councillor Graham.
Thank you, Mayor Krauser. Thank you, Mr. Lockwood. I'll start off with, I've really enjoyed attending the Canmore Eagles over the past couple of years. The attendance has boosted, and
Yes.
I do believe that it is a great value for families in Canmore, and I thank you for bringing that product to our community.
Thank you.
The history of these agreements is well before my time, certainly on a few of us. So I wonder if you can kind of give us a little bit of background as to how this money was originally.
How we got in trouble?
How we got here? How did we get here? Why are you here today?
Yeah. So, you know, and for everybody that has been involved with the club, it's no secret. It's never made money along the way.
Nonprofit.
And so in the earlier days, we were behind on ice rental payment to the town, to the tune of, I do believe, it was about $150,000. At that time, council and administration, working with them, we were able to get to a debt repayment, with a balloon payment coming up this year in September, and that is the $65,000. And I remember that time, Mayor, Mr. Borman, Honorable Borman, you know, he had said, like, we'll put it to this date, and then we'll deal with it at that point in time. That'll be probably somebody else's council to deal with. I think there's a few that were there originally. Karen, Joanne, McCall, yeah, they were there. They're still here to deal with it, to hear the story. But that's kind of how it was, and it was. We were just, we got behind on the ice payment.
Sure.
That was, and it's always, you know, a bit of a tough thing, years ago and at times. And it's who does not get paid this month, you know, and
Right.
It was just easier at that point in time. And hopefully the town was the most understanding, in which they were, by giving us the debt repayment option. And but you know, from the bus standpoint, when we, you know, they seem to be paid first, and there's just a lot of different things. But over the past, like I said, over the past 7 years here, from when we were at that time to now, we've been able to stay current with all our payments and with all our suppliers, even through the difficult stuff. But to be honest, that was where, you know, quite a few of us have made those payments. But I can speak for myself. I'm not looking for that money out at this time, at this point in time. Only if the team sold, I would want my money. But we just wanted to keep it here for the community to see if we could get to this point. And where we're at right now, I'm excited. And we saw it, you know, with the playoffs, when the community is there and it comes together. It's exciting. It is so much fun just to have all the community there. So I don't know if I answered your question or if I rambled, but.
Yeah, a bit of both.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, that gives me a little bit of context and history for how we ended up here today. In the past, did you provide financial disclosure to the town to provide that sort of debt relief?
Yeah, we have. We had to stay underneath a debt ceiling that we would be in jeopardy of that agreement. So we have been able to keep under that debt ceiling with our bills, with our budget, and with our town repayment. As you know, and of course, I guess over time, as our payments have gone down, you know, we have raised our debt ceiling. Does that make sense?
Yep.
Kind of thing.
Yep,
So
for sure.
We've had a little bit more room in there.
Yep.
But we do run about an average of $650,000 to $700,000 a year budget.
Okay.
And we're, again, it's pretty stringent, and but we know how to operate there. Other teams, I think they run way above their means and gets them into a lot more trouble. We've learned how to keep things pretty tight.
Okay. And you're willing to provide financial disclosure for this ask as well?
Yes. Okay. Yeah, and I think that'll be probably something, I'm not sure if we would have to continue. I would have to think providing every year financial statements to the town of Canmore.
And then one question for administration, if I may.
Sure.
Is it normal for third-party organizations to improve our town-owned assets and then for the town to assume those assets at some point in time? Is there other agreements like that? This is a little bit of a strange...
Yeah, I mean, I hesitate to say the word normal. I think our community groups have a shared interest in seeing high-quality community assets. So
Sure.
there are collaborative efforts made when it comes to assets. I'd use the Lions Park Tennis Project as an example. There was a collaboration there to access some grant funding to help improve a facility.
Mm-hmm.
So while a bit different, I would say under the same umbrella of collaboration to improve an asset.
Dr. Cottle?
Yeah, I would just add, I think there's lots of examples of that. Arts Place is another example. That's a town facility. Arts Place does a lot to, and we
Right.
ultimately, right? So while it's not typical in every facility, it's also not unique to only the rec center.
Right, okay, thank you.
If I could add to that, if you don't mind, just, I'll go back to the seats, the original seats that we brought in, the red ones, if you remember from them. They became to a time where they needed maintenance. And so the user group, ourselves, who brought them in, then to have them maintained or disposed of at some point in time, it kind of fell back onto the town that way. That's why I was kind of happy when they bought them off us for $1, even though we put up all the money, because we know that maintaining them is costly, can be costly,
Sure.
and or getting rid of them, disposing them when they're worn out. So I think that is where the agreement kind of comes and why those are that way. And no different, these seats will have a lifetime to them, and at some point in time where they'll need to be having some parts and some repairs, and then that becomes the facility to then look after. And if they start to fall apart to a point where they need new, then it'll be to the facility, to the town of Canmore to dispose of. I think that's how that kind of...
Thank you, Mr. Lockwood.
Councillor Ma.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you, Daryl, for bringing your presentation.
Thank you.
When I was going through your letter here, one part kind of twigged my interest, and it says, "We're nearing a watershed moment in our organization. The future will require a transition from the current individuals involved to a new, younger group who meet our requirements for continued success." Could you tell me a little bit about the backstory on that piece here?
Yeah, so like, the founders of the organization, from Ken Sr., to John Straw, Al Dahl. I've been there for a very long time as well. We are getting to that point where we would like to start to step out, and there is new groups of people that are energetic, passionate about this, see what we see, and it can be kind of a tricky thing to find the right people, and because there is a lot of times there's different groups out there, there's different people with money who will come in and say, "I'll help out," or whatever, but their interest may not be in keeping this team in the community. Mm-hmm. And we've seen that happen in the AJHL a couple times. We had that offer. That person left here, went to Lloyd and tried to do the same thing, buy the team, ended up buying another team out of the AJHL and then move it to Whitecourt. And that was when we were in kind of negotiations. We thought, okay, here's this guy. He's our knight in shining armor. This is our sugar daddy, that kind of thing. And then we find out his intentions were actually to just tear it down and ship it to Whitecourt. Mm-hmm. And sometimes, there's days when it's just maybe easier, but it's not.
At least you're candid.
But that's not what we want. So we want to get new younger. Doesn't have to be younger, just new people in.
But committed
with the
to the
same,
community.
With the same vision with the community.
Okay.
And we're slowly doing that. But it's tough to do when you're going like, hey, here's your debt too, right? That goes with it. They're kind of looking at, so what's the surplus look like, kind of deal. So that's the part of it as well. We like to be able to hand that over to somebody and say, hey, you know what, things are looking pretty good. And there's no big debt hanging over your head. And you can move forward with our vision, I guess you could say.
Okay, that's great. That's very helpful. Thank you. And just one more question. Tell me a little bit more about Sportsnet Hockey Day coming up in January 2025, and what was the Canmore Eagles' role? Yeah.
So the Hockey Day in Canada is going to be a lot of fun and a huge thing for Hull hockey and for the community. Again, that phone call doesn't happen from Sportsnet if there wasn't a junior A team here. Right. If they didn't have to go to a town where there was a hockey team, a junior A team, they'd probably pick Whistler or Lake Louise or Banff or whatever, like that kind of thing. The backdrops are what they're after. It's their 25th anniversary of the Scotiabank Hockey Day in Canada. And, the fact that they phoned us, and they had another community as well, but they really kind of wanted it here. But that phone call doesn't happen unless we have a junior A team here. So again, you kind of go back. There has been times where you kind of want to maybe throw in the towel and sell it and maybe move it out of the community, but we persevered and stayed through, and then here comes the opportunity. We know it's a lot of work. We've hired out a company to actually, a couple ladies in their company to actually take this project on. And through a committee of that, we don't know what the financial gain will be for the Canmore Eagles, but we feel that there could be if we do all the right things, and that could help us really set up for moving forward to just maybe put a little extra money in the bank account, so we have a little bit there. So great. But we're excited. It's going to be it's a 4-day event for the town of Canmore, and that day is we're kind of saying it's a 10-hour commercial for the town of Canmore. It'll be a lot of fun.
Great.
Sure.
Okay. Thank you.
Councillor? Looking to see if there are any other questions. Hey, I have a question.
Yeah.
When this comes back to council on August 20th for a decision, will you and others from the team be able to be here in case we do have some questions at that time?
For sure.
Especially because I'm going to be bringing, much like the last one, I'm going to be bringing a motion directing administration to come back with information so that we have information in hand so we can make a decision that day as opposed to dragging it out and going longer. Okay, so that's great. I appreciate that. I should say, you and your associates, Mr. Lockwood, have shown great perseverance over the years.
Thank you.
About 27, 28 years ago, a much younger version of myself sat on the board with much younger versions of yourselves. And you're still there. So, well done for that and persisting in having this asset in our community. So, seeing no other questions then, thank you very much for your time.
Thank
you.
you.
See you again on August 20th. I am going to be making a motion before we break have a break in our meeting.
All right. Okay. Thank you so much, and have a wonderful summer break.
All right. So I will move that administration is directed to bring a report to the August 20th, 2024 regular meeting of council that includes 1, any additional information that administration thinks is pertinent to the decision, and 2, a recommendation with respect to the decision. Once again, I think that it's important for us to have information on hand so that we can make an informed decision. That's why I also appreciate that members of the Eagles can be here as well in case we have some information and need to go in closed session at that time to ensure that we best understand the situation and that we don't delay the response to this. I know that this is somewhat of your downtime because hockey's right around the corner, and so it's good to have this dealt with. I would look to see if any members of council would like to speak to the motion. Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. Thank you. And with that, I'm going to call a 15-minute break. We're at about 10:20, so we're going to go until 10:35.
tell the story.
Okay, and we are back. We'll now move to item D1, minutes of the June 4th meeting. Are there any errors or omissions? Seeing none, I'll call a question, or I'll move that we approve the minutes of the June 4th, 2024 regular meeting of council as circulated. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. Before moving on to the next item, have we heard from Councillor McCallum yet? Okay. We'll now move to item E1, Homelessness Society of the Bow Valley. Of course, this was a delegation request from our last meeting. You'll see the request in the agenda package. And so at this time, I will move that council endorse access to Scout Hall for shelter operations between October 1st to May 1st of each year moving forward, and that council extend in-kind hourly rent support from 12 a.m. to 6 a.m. to 10 p.m. to 9 a.m. each night. I think that in speaking to the motion, I believe that there is a real value add to the community for this service. It's life-saving, quite literally, and in doing so, hopefully, for some, life-changing. I believe that the current location has worked well, albeit I know that there's a constant search for even more permanent digs. And as the society gets more mileage under its belt, and it's been doing very well in becoming known in the community, I believe that those opportunities will improve. So I certainly support this continuation at the location and the extended time at which we would not be receiving revenue in any event. So we're not foregoing really anything while providing a benefit to the bottom line for the society to continue to provide this service. Would anybody else like to speak to this motion? Councillor Faubert.
Thank you, Your Worship. I supporting the Homelessness Society and that we have an emergency shelter. My concern is that by approving originally this as a temporary location and that community having, or the neighborhood having that expectation, and then switching it to a permanent location, that might not necessarily be the way that I would, there's a step missing to me of the community having an opportunity to share their thoughts with us around making it more of a permanent change, although acknowledging that there is a search for a new location. But my fear is that by making this motion, we are not, the search for a permanent location doesn't have as much urgency. And I don't think that the Scout Hall is the long-term solution. The two other things that I was interested in is a potential follow-up motion to direct the administration to work with the Homelessness Society to continue to look to find a location. But I feel like maybe we had already made that motion in the past because my memory, I can't remember, but I think we may have done that. And then the other one would be to come back next year with that engagement from the community as well, and then make this a permanent change. And so I find myself in a strange situation where I support this being in this location, but I have reservations around making it a permanent change. I think that something else is needed. And I guess
Yeah,
I'm
so
looking
I
for
guess
some advice.
What I'm hearing you have concern with is in the motion, the portion of the phrase "of each year moving forward." And
Do we have the motion on the screen?
it's in the agenda package. Yeah, okay, so they're right there. Yeah, and there shouldn't be a comma after a year. So you're concerned with the first part of that motion being of each year moving forward. And so I guess I'd ask you, would removal of that alleviate your current concern?
Even if we say 4 years, like putting a time limit on, like removing the temporariness of what the operations are, it just feels like we're saying this is the permanent, and maybe we're not. I know we're saying we're looking for additional solutions, and I know that work is being done, but how do we make sure that, how do we give that direction? And so for this motion, I am in support of the shelter operating there each year, but not indefinitely. And so moving forward is kind of where I get hung up. And so but I also understand coming back each year for an approval is maybe not everyone's best use of time. And so that's why I thought a follow-up motion to maybe support the work to find a more permanent solution would be helpful, but then my memory told me maybe we may have already tried that. And so a time limit or some sort of term would relieve my concerns.
Okay,
I could make an amendment.
Yeah, well, I'm actually considering potentially even a friendly amendment. I'd love to hear what others think. So let me, I note that concern, and let's hear what others think. Councillor Ma.
Thank you, Your Worship. Happy to support this motion and happy to continue the dialogue with Councillor Faubert there as well. I think expanding the hours, we all live here. We know how the weather gets really crazy, and there's times in like October that we've all been caught out surprised how cold it is. And it's like, and there's been points in my mind where like, I wonder if the shelter's open yet, and like, oh, it's probably not yet, and then you wonder what's going on. And so I think expanding the hours and the range makes sense. I was always under the impression that Ms. Clerk and her organization were continually trying to find space. I don't think those efforts have like subsided. But if we do want to put some sort of terminology to kind of just keep that in the public sphere, I understand that as well. So thank you.
Great, thank you. Councillor Mera.
Thank you. In looking at this motion and previously, I also was a little hung up on the commitment. It seemed like a commitment or a permanent thing of moving forward each year. I was wondering if that could be taken as a contract and how it would affect us. But I would like to see what the amendment would be from Councillor Faubert. But that was the only part. I have no problem with extending the hours, but the context of moving each year forward seems like a commitment.
Yeah, it is a commitment. It actually forms the basis for a contract because an actual formal contract is entered into based on the motion. Right. So whatever we approve here, whether it's this or something else, it will be a formal contract that's entered into.
That's what I was going to, okay, thank you.
Dr. Cottle, did you want to comment? We do have a motion on the table, so if it's, yeah.
Maybe you've got an amendment that you want to propose. Okay, I was going to propose an amendment, but why don't we see what you...
Sure, thank you. Councillor Graham.
Thank you, Mayor Crosser. Yeah, I too am supportive of this. I too have concerns, and while it might not be the best use of time each year to come back to us, I also think that keeps a bit of it in front of mind. So I would like to see this to be for this year, and if we need to discuss this next year, I'm willing to bring that to the table next year as well. So if we want to keep this conversation going, that I think it actually needs to come back to council on a yearly basis. I'm not looking for like a 4-year term on this one personally.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Hillstead.
I'm happy to support the motion as it is, but I'm also happy to hear some other ideas because, again, I do think that this could leave it out there to maybe pull put some of the stuff to the back burner because it's, we've got the shelter space moving forward, so we don't have to work as hard finding new space. I doubt that's what the case is, but, I still would like for a better space because we all know that the Scouts Hall is not ideal. It lacks certain things that I know we would like to have there. So I think it's in the best interest of the Homelessness Society to find somewhere else, and I think they would agree with that this is more of a stopgap and it's still important to have a space. So again, I'm not sure what motions or amendments might come out, but yeah, I think something does need to be added, at least, if it's just moving forward until a better premise is found or something. But again, bringing it back every year also makes sense because it does keep it top of mind, for one. It keeps it in the public, which I think is a good thing. So I can see some benefits going either way here. So yeah, I'm going to be wishy-washy, just for fun.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Graham, did you have anything you wanted to add?
I had a question. With these funds, are we adding this number to the provincial downloading? Would this typically hang out in the provincial realm as jurisdiction?
Yes, but I don't know to what extent that there's a firm requirement. Dr. Cottle?
I'm just thinking it would just be the rental,
Yeah.
right, the rental loss. I
Yeah.
can't remember if we have it, but we can look at that for 2025 to make sure it's captured. It's not a,
It's
wouldn't be a
pretty
significant
small
amount
in
of money.
the
but
picture.
Small amount. Yeah.
It is an amount. It's a good
But it
point.
is
We
an
can make
amount.
sure it's there. I just can't remember.
Okay.
Just making sure we're staying in our lane.
Yeah. Okay. So I am going to put forward a friendly amendment. If you're hearing what I've heard, that I hope walks the line that's acceptable to all. I think that before I put it up there, I think I'll just say what I think coming back every year is not necessarily the best, but too long of a time is also not good. And that there is time for the program to continue to develop, and they can always come back at the end of that time and ask for an extension. So I'm going to suggest that we approve it through May 1st, 2026. So that's 2 years. Okay? And so they don't have to come back next year, but the year after. So what I'm going to put for is added is after May 1st there, we're going to cross off of each year. Take that out. Okay, so that's out. Through May 1st, 2026, comma, during which time a permanent site will be sought by the Homelessness Society of the Bow Valley, comma. Great. Doesn't mean that it's absolutely tied to it and it's going to come to an end, but it does mean that this will come back to us if there is an extension is sought beyond May 1st, 2026. And it is also capturing our intent, which I believe is a shared intent for HSBV to continue to look for a site. And we have that then in the minutes. So that, and we are at that time in our term where we can say so that next council can take a look at this and determine if it comes back what their thoughts are. Okay? So I support this motion as amended. I think it captures the concerns that were raised. I would like to know if anybody would like to speak to the motion further. Councillor Faubert.
Thank you, Mayor Krausert. I was also thinking around a two-year time frame, and I think going over the election and this, the clause that reaffirms that a permanent site is continued to be looked for satisfies all the reservations that I had, and I am prepared to support this motion. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Anybody else like to speak to the motion? Councillor Moore.
Thank you, Your Worship. I was curious if perhaps we could add at the end of that sentence, it says the Homelessness Society of Bow Valley and report back. So we get a commitment for just hearing on the progress and the efforts of the Homelessness Society on how they're trying to find a site.
I think it's naturally going to happen. Either they find one, in which case they don't need to report back to us.
Which would be great.
Because they're going elsewhere. And I'm sure it will be in a committee of the whole. Or they're going to need to extend it. They're going to come back and
For
report
report,
back to us.
okay.
So I think it's natural.
It's implicit. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments? Okay, then I'll call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. Thank you. Okay. Thank you, everyone. We're now going to move to bylaw approvals. So item G1, revised land use bylaw amendment 2024-05, political campaign signs and political campaign sign bylaw 2024-06. Ms. Miller.
Hello. So, as I mentioned this morning, there's no new information since the June 4th council meeting. So the recommendations are all in the agenda there. There's just one that needed to be added, just to give leave for third reading for the revised land use bylaw amendment.
No, because we
okay.
had a public hearing.
Perfect.
We don't need that.
Perfect.
It's not all in one day. Yeah,
Great.
Thank you. Okay, thank you, Ms. Miller. So before putting any motions on the table, I do want to open it up to council for questions. And I just want to make sure that, yeah, that's not for this one. Okay, any questions of administration before I put a motion on the table? Okay. Councillor Hillstead.
For the fine amounts, I think within the one section it talks about $50 per day for the sign usage. Just curious as to why per day, not just $50 and...
It's consistent with other bylaws.
Perfect. Thank you.
And it is at the discretion as well as the municipal enforcement department, so it's not often that we do the $50 per day, but it gives the option there if there's something else going on that needs to be addressed.
Thank you.
Following that, should there be a sign on public property that a complaint has been received about, bylaw attends, they obviously know whose sign it is because we leave our names on them. Would bylaw remove that sign?
Yeah, they would remove it.
So the chance that it's recurring from the time that it's first investigated, that particular sign is highly unlikely since bylaw would take it.
Yeah.
Right. So.
But it would be, when it's impounded, it'd be per day that we would have the sign in our possession.
Okay. Right.
So
Okay.
it wouldn't be, yeah, the fine amount for the occurrence, because the sign would be removed, it would just be that one occurrence unless there was multiple signs, then they could make the decision as to what they wanted to do with their discretion that way. But we are education first and compliance through education. So we want to make sure that people understand the rules first, and having this bylaw in place outside of the land use bylaw really helps with that clarity. We'll be working with the returning officer to make sure that that rule is clear when people pick up their nomination packages. So we're going to do everything we can to help educate so that the fines won't be exorbitant.
Great, thank you. That's good for you.
Yeah, and just one, this is just a kind of random hypothetical question. As we know, campaign signs sometimes get taken, thrown around, you know, someone's walking by and just for some reason decides to pluck a sign. on the off chance someone decides to, you know, basically do vigilante signing where they take a sign from private property and they go put it on public property because they don't like that candidate and they want them to get a fine, what happens then?
Well, we always do an investigation, so we always make sure that we have all the facts before we do issue a fine. So in that case, it is likely that the investigation would find that it wasn't intentional or wasn't even the person that put the sign. So with that hypothetical, there's so many different ways that it could go, but we do make sure that we get all of the information before issuing a fine.
And then one more,
Yeah.
if I may. Just quickly reading up on Surrey, BC, because they had some signage issues. In their case, they were having signs where, you know, someone puts it in their lawn, but it's in the public utility right-of-way, and so then their bylaw officers were coming and taking the signs. I know that we wouldn't do that. We would educate or just move the sign back further, but I know there's going to be properties out there that will have, you know, we've seen it before with fruit trees and things where, you know, someone thinks it's their fruit tree and it's actually the town's, and there's been issues with that. So just in those situations, again, just...
Our interpretation of council's intent with this bylaw is that it's not on municipal land that's very obviously municipal land where it doesn't look like it's owned by someone else or isn't owned by someone else. I think there's some flexibility with municipal right-of-ways because people aren't 100% aware of where their right-of-way is, so it'd be either education or using discretion to understand that that is where they understand their property is. Like if it's on their front lawn, do we want to be that prescriptive to move it back a few feet, or is it still following the intent of the bylaw? I think will be the questions that we're having when this comes up.
Thank you.
Okay. Councilor Mara.
Thank you, and you have answered my question when you said that you would be education-based, so because there'll be people who have never run before and just may inadvertently put it where they think it's okay, but they'll be educated first before any fines are issued.
Yeah.
So just was clarification for that, so you did that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councilor. Councilor Faubert.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you, Ms. Miller. If a peace officer or enforcement impounds a sign, how long do you expect the person whose sign it is to be notified?
Well, it really depends on what else is going on that day. So we try to do it as quickly as possible. And that's where the discretion comes into play and why it's hard with the hypotheticals, because anything can happen on that day. You know, you might go pick up a sign and then you're dealing with maybe a dog attack right afterwards. That takes up quite a bit of time. And maybe the peace officer goes off shift that next day. So that's why with some of the hypotheticals, it's harder to answer. There's discretion there. We do notify as soon as possible, though.
I guess I could imagine a situation where a person suddenly discovered that they had multiple signs impounded for multiple days and they didn't have the financial resources to pay it. And I don't want that to happen. I do want the rules to prevent people from doing what we don't want them to do, but I don't want the rules to cross into like unintended.
Yeah, and it will be fair. So if there are situations like that where the context, you know, is greater, and like we take each case as a unique case so that we can make sure that we have all the facts and we understand the context of what happened, so we can make sure that it is fair for everyone.
Sometimes there are other political campaign signs that aren't related to an election. Who would you contact if you impounded one of those?
Well, we would try to find who the owner was. There's some that are very vague, and it's hard to determine ownership, but then we would generally go back to the organizer to make sure that those people that are putting out those political campaign signs are aware of what the rules are as well.
Okay, perfect. I felt like I had another question, and I will save it and see if my colleagues have some more.
Great. Councilor Graham.
So just to follow up on Councilor Faubert's questioning. So third-party advertisers would fall under the exact same rules as everybody else?
Yeah.
Correct. Okay, excellent, thank you.
Any other questions? Councillor Faubert.
I remembered it was a follow-up to something you had said. You mentioned that consistency is that we do have a $50 per day fine, or impound fine. Is that, what else do we impound?
Oh, lots of things. Notably signs that are attached to some of our traffic control signs, so that's also not allowed just under the traffic and road use bylaw, so that would be a good example where we could take that and impound it. In our parks bylaw, you can't affix things to trees, so that's another example.
Anything kind of attached to public property that shouldn't be, we can remove, and then there's a per day impound fine. Okay, I did not know that.
Yep.
Thank you. Any other questions? Okay. All right, then. Thank you very much, Ms.
Thank
Miller.
you.
I'm just going to ask if we've heard anything further from Councillor McCallum. And the only reason I am, because I would like to give her any possibility to be part of this debate because it's something that she brought forward and was passionate about.
Yeah, so all I know is that they're calling an electrician, so she's doing her best. You could delay this
Yeah, I was
till the
wondering-
end of the meeting to
I was
see.
wondering
I
if-
have no sense of what her timing is,
I
but
was
it gives
wondering
her the
about
best
tabling
opportunity.
it to later in the meeting.
Bless you.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. All right, then, what I'm going to do, just make sure that. Okay, I'm going to make a motion to table G1 until following H7, so to the end of the meeting. I'm just taking a look at my notes here. This is not an amendable or debatable motion, so I'll just call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. Thank you. I will then move, and thank you, Ms. Miller, for being here at this time and answering those questions. I will now move to item G2, discouraging the provision of housing in industrial districts. Mr. Schneider, welcome to council.
Good morning, everyone. These are two bylaws that are being presented for first reading and for scheduling of a public hearing. One is to amend the municipal development plan, and the other is to amend the land use bylaw. These two bylaws are outcomes of last year when council considered and accepted the retail and light industrial analysis study, and then there was a motion that was passed by council in September of 2023 to discourage employee housing within industrial districts. I'll deal with the amendment to the municipal development plan first. What we've tried to do, and you'll see this within the land use bylaw amendment as well, is we've looked at restricting language that within the existing municipal development plan looks at industrial areas holistically. We've tried to scope this down to areas where the building stock is somewhat dated. The Elk Run Industrial Park is something that we've looked at. There are a couple of new developments, Alpine Meadows. There's another building that that a electrician in town has received development approval for in the last year. But basically, within the Elk Run Park, we're looking at older buildings where, for one reason or another, employee housing units have moved in to a point. That's north of the Trans-Canada Highway, and what we've done with the MDP amendment is we've looked to actively discourage new development north of the highway, but south of the highway, it's a little bit of a different story. So we do have development areas that are contemplated for light industrial that have much newer building stock, or areas that we're expecting will be redeveloped. And these areas can have dwelling units contemplated as part of the overall building design, and they can take environmental factors into much better consideration. The major issue of developing within these south of the highway issues are potential noise from the Trans-Canada, and more pertinent to where things are being developed right now, proximity to the rail line. Because, as council is well aware, there are a number of freight trains that will pass through this area at speed 24 hours a day. So we've made sure in the past that there's regulations that have been built into the land use bylaw that speak to proper noise mitigation, and to make sure that there's proper amenity areas that are contemplated for these developments. So within the land use bylaw, and I'm actually going to skip ahead. As you can see, the two areas south of the highway, there's the triangle up in the northwest. That's the Transition Industrial District. And then there's a larger area, which is the Southern Business District. So that's the Bull Valley Trail South. Moose Meadows is one development. There's a couple of car dealerships that have been approved. But there are still large open areas of land that are available for redevelopment that already have a regulatory framework built in for proper size of unit, proper noise mitigation, as I spoke to earlier. And so these things can be looked at, but what we've decided to do here is that we've decided to remove the employee aspect of it, and that we simply consider these as dwelling units. Because the common practice typically for these developments is to put a plan of condominium on the buildings, and really the concept of potential ownership then becomes more of a private matter to be enforced, and is really something that the town is not able to take an active role in enforcing. So in a way, we're saying that we can still have these types of dwelling units, provided that they're properly designed, but let's get rid of the idea that somehow that the town can come in and force and say either that's employee housing or that's not employee housing. That's not really the business that planning and development is in. So let's just call them dwelling units and call it a day, and make sure that they're properly designed. So our recommendations for the report is that first reading be given for both bylaws, and that we schedule a public hearing for both bylaws to be heard at the same time in September. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Schneider. So just to clarify then, or to confirm, really of the 4 districts, 2 of them being north of the highway, 2 of them being south of the highway, the northern ones would see any existing dwelling units being I'm sorry, I just went blank, legal non-conforming use? Right.
Provided they had a valid development permit.
Right, great. And then for those areas south, along Bow Valley Trail and then up just north of downtown here. Those ones, dwelling units, if this is passed, would be allowed, subject to mitigations.
Yep,
Yeah.
and it would basically be the existing regulatory framework that's there in the bylaw. It would just say dwelling units, it wouldn't say employee housing units.
Right, right. And so even if you're along the, or in close proximity to the railway tracks, you would have to then take extra mitigations to protect from sound and that sort of thing, so that it's not an unpleasant place to inhabit.
That's correct.
Okay, great. Thank you. Looking to council, see if there are any questions. Okay. Seeing none, thank you very much for your presentation today.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
So we've got two bylaws in front of us. Each are for first reading, and if passed, then we'll be seeking to schedule a single public hearing at the beginning of September in order to hear from the public. So first of all, dealing with the Municipal Development Plan Amendment, I will move that council give first reading to Town of Canmore Municipal Development Plan Bylaw Amendment 2024-07, discouraging employee housing in industrial areas. Just speaking to this motion, I look forward to hearing the public feedback. For both of these motions, I'm pleased that there's some delineation between the two. And taking into account the wellhead protection study that was done as well. So I will support this in order to hear from the public. Would anybody else like to speak to the motion? Councillor Graham.
Maybe just a question of, so if we've got two bylaws and somebody wants to speak at the public hearing, do they get 5 minutes or 10 minutes?
5.
5 minutes?
Yeah. It's the same issue.
Yeah, I'm
It just causes
clarifying.
changes to two bylaws.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak to the first reading of the MDP amendment? Okay, seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. I'll now move that council give first reading to revised land use bylaw amendment 2024-08, removal of employee housing from industrial districts. I will note that this is just a typo, but in section 18 of the bylaw, it says that 5.4.6.3 biz, and it should just be is. There's an extraneous B there. So we'll just take that as an editorial change. And would anybody like to speak to this motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. And I'll move that council schedule a single public hearing for bylaw 2024-07 and 2024-08 on September 3rd, 2024. Would anybody like to speak to the motion? Councillor Mera.
Thank you. I will support this motion. I'm looking forward to hearing what the public has to say about these two issues.
Great, thank you very much. Originally, when this came back to, or for agenda review, usually it's the next council meeting, which is in August. However, given that there's no immediate urgency for this to be passed in August, I thought it would be best that we move it to September when people turn their minds back to life and away from summer. So that's why that date was chosen, in case anybody was wondering. Okay, anybody speaking to the motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. All right, so we're going to move on to H1. Actually, maybe we're not, because we're quite ahead of schedule.
Well, we're
there.
quite ahead of schedule, but just, I'd like to suggest, if council's open to it, that we jump ahead to H3, potentially even H6 or 7, and then we could break at 11:40 as planned, and the folks on in the afternoon will be here.
All right, so I will move that we table H1 and 2 to, let me just, following the break, lunch break. And Dr. Cottle, are you suggesting then that H3 to 7 can all be dealt with now? They're all relatively quick ones. 3, 6, and 7. Okay. Oh, yeah, that's right. Okay, so then my motion is actually that we table. Let me do, can I do it this way instead of tabling? That we deal with items H3, 6, and 7 prior to the lunch break, and then continue on afterwards. Okay. All right, that's what we'll do then. All right, so we'll move to H3, Alberta Forestry Mutual Aid Agreement. Dr. Cottle.
Thank you, Mayor Krausert. I am here on behalf of Ms. Miller, who has a lot on her plate today, and I had offered to cover this pretty straightforward housekeeping item so that she could attend to those matters. So this is a housekeeping matter. The town of Canmore and the Calgary Forest area have a mutual aid fire control agreement, and we've had that in place since 2002. But the process historically has been that that's just an administrative thing. Since the initial council approval in 2002, Calgary Forest area is going through changes and getting their paperwork in order and recognizing that there's a best practice that they like to follow, which is that every time we update the mutual aid agreement that we also bring it to council for approval. So the 2002 approval is still in place and everything, the agreement is just good. This is just a technicality to get council's authorization on the mutual aid fire control agreement with Alberta Forestry and Parks. So they're all attached to your package, and again, nothing changes. This is just a formality.
Great, thank you very much. Dr. Cottle, any questions? Seeing none, thank you. I will then move that council authorize the mutual aid fire control agreement with the Alberta Forestry and Parks. Just a housekeeping item. I really don't have anything to say in speaking in favor of this motion. Does anybody wish to speak to the motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. We'll now move to item H6. Oh. No, we're doing H6. Yeah, okay. Yeah. No. H6. I don't even think a presentation is needed for this. Does anybody have any questions with regards to the appointment of Mr. Stiver to the SDAB as a clerk? Councillor Graham.
Is it common practice to appoint individuals and not departments through the MGA?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, you need to have an actual individual because that individual is subject to training and their training has to be renewed.
Thank you very much.
Okay, so Ms. Hyde, I'm sorry, you could
It
repeat
says
that?
council must appoint a person
Yeah.
in the MGA.
Great, thank you.
Yeah.
All right. No other questions, then I'll move the council appoint Ben Stiver as clerk to the Subdivision and Development Appeal Board for a term to end upon expiry of training certification. Would anybody like to speak to the motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. Oh, Councillor Ma.
Seeing that Mr. Stiver is a person, I can support.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Ma, for clarifying that. I'll now call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously.
Do us proud, Ben.
We'll now move to item H7. This is something that I've asked to be put on the agenda. It actually gives effect to what I believe the proper procedure is with respect to undermined lands that are not currently subject to the Canmore undermining review regulation. So just so that everybody's aware, the current regulation pretty much aligns, in fact, exactly aligns, with lands that were owned by TSMV. I'm not sure if they all are still owned, but that's how they were originally put into the regulation. There are undermined lands within the town of Canmore that are not subject to the regulation. Specifically, we know that there's been presentations in the community about a potential spa up so the northwest of Rundleview, and that is not subject to the regulations, and therefore the policy that I understand administration would like to take is that a condition of any approval would be that they have to become subject to the Canmore undermining review regulation. There's a benefit to that. First of all, consistency. Secondly, it allows certainty with respect to what the applicant or the proponent would need to do in order to satisfy the regulations, because they're set out in the regulations. And third, it allows all undermined lands that would be developed to be treated the same and be subject to the same protection for the town with respect to liability around those decisions. So rather than leave this as a policy that is put forward by administration without direction from council, I thought it would be best to provide direction from council. So I'm happy to bring this forward. Second part of the motion, or the second motion I'd like to make, is that for those that are going through the application process to have their land included as part of the regulation, and by application they're basically making a request to the province and to the specific minister involved that in order to show that we are supportive of such, this would direct me to provide a letter or other direct communication that would be appropriate to the provincial minister in support of those applications. So I'm not going to go out and do it in advance. It would be if there is a particular piece of land that is looking to become part of the regulations, I could write to the minister and say, yes, the town of Canmore supports that these lands become subject to the regulations because we believe that all undermined lands should be subject to the same regulations, essentially. So that's why I'm bringing this forward. And I would love to have any questions or discussion before I put a motion on the table. Councillor Faubert.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you for bringing this forward. I think that it's timely and appropriate that we take a role in how some of these things are considered. My question is, so if I understand the process, what would happen is that if the development authority of Canmore gave an approval, it would be a condition that on an undermined land parcel, it would be a condition that that proponent then go and seek to be included in the regulations, and that you would write a letter to support that. It doesn't mean that we would go to the minister now and say any lands that are undermined must be considered. It would be specifically tied to an approval.
That's exactly what I'm proposing here. Now, it is possible that the proponent has proactively gone to the province to be included in which case there wouldn't be a condition, but they would have already satisfied the condition that they're subject to the regulations. But if they're not already subject to the regulations, this is requiring that a condition for their approval, amongst perhaps other conditions, is that they become subject to the undermining regulation. And in that regard, I would support them becoming part of the undermining regulation.
What would happen if then it doesn't pass through, like the regulation prevents it from moving forward?
Then they wouldn't satisfy the condition of their approval, and they would either have to bring a new application and seek some sort of other conditions, but of course administration would be bound by this direction. And so it would basically be a road stop for them if they don't get in there.
Okay.
Think for a moment, there's other people lined up here.
Okay.
Councillor Graham. Councillor Graham.
Thank you, Your Worship. I wonder, do we have a map of what we consider undermined lands?
I would look to Ms. Smithers.
We do, it would take me a bit of time to pull it up.
Yeah, I think that satisfies it. Any application that comes forward that would be subject to undermined lands would have to be subject to this condition.
Right. And I'm thinking about areas that already have development on them. If they were to come back for a, redevelopment application of some sort, would that also fall into this sort of regulation?
I would turn to Ms. Smithers for that.
Sorry, I wasn't sure who the question was going to. I think that's a good question, and we would probably want to, I'm just pulling up the motion again. A condition for approval to develop any undermined land.
I'm just curious if there is in fact any land outside of what's currently allowed that is built on.
If it's previously developed, like I think some of the older communities, it's primarily the homesteads and Rundleview communities that are not included in that regulation, although I'm not sure how much of homesteads, I don't think much of it was mined. It's mainly that kind of.
Well, and Rundleview as well, the part that was undermined did not proceed at the time.
So I would suggest this to me speaks to development, not redevelopment. But I think it's something that we would want to explore more on a site-by-site basis.
Yeah, I guess my concerns are we've got areas that we have already developed on. And
most of which are already subject to the regulations.
Most of which are, yeah. Some of which are not, which is why I wanted to overlay that.
Do you know specifics that?
Without that map, I don't.
I have the map.
So.
So the area outlined in aqua, or that was there, that's all subject to the regulations already. And that would be brown, and so anything that is green is not in those areas. So is there any development on those green areas right now?
I'm struggling with the map, sir.
This map, if you all have your laptops, this map is online. So like it would probably be easier for you to look at it on your own computers. If you go to the Town of Canmore website, you can just type in property viewer in the search function. And this map it'll be the first thing that comes up, and you just click on the side on those two columns that I showed, the undermining and the undermining reports, and it'll show you the areas. I don't know how to make it come in. I don't know why it's doing this.
So without getting too far down a rabbit hole, really your question is does this apply to redevelopment of land?
Yep.
That is on undermined land that's not currently within the regulations?
Correct.
Okay. So, and more specifically, let's say there's a house on a piece of land, can it on its own, and it's subject to undermined lands, be torn down and a new house put up without being part of the undermining regulations?
Correct.
Okay. Yeah. And so I'd ask Ms. Withers, or Ms. Smithers, Withers, Whitney, Smitney Withers. I'd ask Ms. Smithers if, how would that be approached? You have, let's say, a house, there's undermining on it, maybe it's a small, older house, somebody wants to buy it and redevelop new land. If it's determined to be on undermined lands, is there a requirement that they become under the regulations?
So my understanding with this verbal report and recommendations is that the intent was to apply to large-scale new development and ensure that the regulations be applied to lands that we know are undermined. I feel like the conversation we're having here brings up scenarios that weren't necessarily anticipated with this recommendation. So, and I don't know that we have the right people around the table because, quite frankly, given that we're saying this is a provincial authority that we don't have the subject matter expertise for, I don't know that I can give you the answer, nor do I know that my staff could give you the answer that you're looking for right now. We do know that for large-scale new development, we would want, as a condition of approval, for the undermining review regulation area to include that new area. So maybe what we could do is take a look at the recommendation as worded to provide that level of certainty. Because I think.
So with this applying to develop any undermined lands, because if they're redeveloping, it's still called a development permit that they're getting, right?
It is, and the undermining regulation applies a level of analysis and rigor that wasn't in place when those original approvals were given, right? So I don't know the answer to the question that you're asking. And
Okay.
we would need more time with the province
Let
to
me
get to that
let me
answer.
go this way then, because I'm going to just amend this. So required condition of approval for new development on any undermined lands. I'm going to change that. And that doesn't mean that if you aren't on newly developed land that you're not still going to be subject to something. It's just outside the realms of this motion.
Correct.
Right, okay. So I'm going to make that approval, or make that motion. The council require, as a condition for approval, that any new development on any undermined lands in Canmore, for approval to develop any new development on undermined lands. Yeah. So that essentially then, Councillor Graham, takes your concern out of our current regard, because it doesn't fall subject to this, it would be subject to future investigation on a case-by-case basis, because you can't really determine what might be redeveloped and how it will be dealt with until that comes forward. Okay.
Yeah, I see what you're trying to do, and I appreciate that. I'm looking at the property view right now, and I see lots existing within those undermined lands that have development on them already.
So that's irrelevant to this current motion. Unless you're wanting to amend it to do something with that.
Yeah, I guess where I'm
You could make a motion arising. But it's not the intent of this motion to deal with that. We're talking about new development.
right. Yes, I understand that piece. I'm wondering if dealing with all of it in one step is more prudent than dealing with the new development versus the redevelopment. So, and I would like to have some of that subject matter expertise at the table to ask several more questions about.
I think that the timeliness of applications coming forward to us require this to be dealt with now, and that other questions on any current development that's on undermined lands that's not subject to the regulations, that is a whole other matter that would have to be dealt with based on particular circumstances involved in those applications. I don't think we can deal with it all with one brush right now, and so it's irrelevant to this particular. If you would like to bring a motion arising, you could do so and we could debate that.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. Councillor Mera, do you have a question or comment?
After that, no, I was just going to say that I would support the motion because I think it just makes sense that it also provides protection for the town, so I would support this motion.
Thank you. Yeah, and any other questions before I formally put the motion on the table? Councillor Faubert.
Okay, I realized what my brain got stuck on.
Okay.
So if I understand it correctly, the current lands covered by the regulation, the process is that the undermining regulation conditions are satisfied first and then development approvals occur. Is that right?
No, it means that they have to be met. Usually the condition would be that the regulations are met.
So that's usually a condition?
A condition,
okay.
yeah.
Then I kind of thought that maybe it was a different process, but it's the same process, and I support the same process. Thank
Great.
you.
Thank you. Councillor Hillstead, did you have a question or discussion?
More of a comment. Just with the property viewer, like the green areas are just where, according to the layer section, it's just what actually have undermining reports on them. So it doesn't mean that the lands are undermined. It just means that they've had a report done. So like I clicked on the one by Rundle view just below it, and you can actually read the undermining report from there, and it just kind of goes through, because I know from talking with some people, like some of the history of why certain areas in that lower half of just past Pendergast and China Closer, that, you know, that they were some sinkholes and stuff there, and so then the undermining report and stuff happened. So this doesn't mean, like the green areas don't mean that it is undermined, it just means that they've actually gone out and done a report on it. So the houses that are listed there doesn't mean that they're actually on undermined land necessarily, it just means that a report has been done, they've studied the area, and you can actually go and look at the report. So it's not clear if those few houses that are in that one green section are actually undermined or not. It just means that that general area has a report done on it. So it's still, again, not 100%. So to me, the motion as it stands is fine, because again, we're still not, you know, unfortunately, this map doesn't give a specific thing of what is actually fully undermined or not. Like I think there'd probably be some more work to be done with taking the actual mining layout and overlaying it and trying to figure that out. So, and then that's, you know, then goes to the question of how accurate are the old maps and things like that. So it's just a matter of, when we're looking at property viewer, the green undermining reports are just areas that actually you can click on it and you can actually look at the old undermining reports if you feel like it. So, because that's what I just did.
That's excellent clarification. Thank you. Councillor Graham, do you have?
Yeah, so on that, I'm looking at the lands, you know, the area that the spa is being intended for, and it doesn't say that that is undermined land within the property viewer.
No, that's what I'm saying.
Right. So
it's only the reports that.
That's irrelevant, though, to the conversation. Through the development process, if it's determined that there's undermining in play, those lands will have to be subject to the regulation if it's a new development. Doesn't matter necessarily what's on our maps. It depends on the application coming forward. Okay. I don't want to get down into the nitty-gritty of dealing with each of the sections in a map because there's a lot of nuance. Yeah. Councillor Maw.
And so further to your point, Mayor Krausert, basically, if a report does not exist in some areas, such as shown here, a report would probably need to be contemplated, and then this would help cover us for consistency and best practice.
Yeah.
Okay, I can support.
The real intent here is just to provide the backing for the condition that's going to be put on undermined lands that are going to be newly developed. And rather than that coming out of the blue, there's a council direction to support that. So this is a good thing. Councillor Graham.
So would it not make more sense to just go to the province and say, we want all of these lands to be covered? Instead of going on an application by application basis, say, we want all of these lands covered.
And the province may very well want to do that, but why would we expend municipal resources to do something for a piece of land that may never be developed?
It's a one-shot deal instead of a...
Yeah, but why should that be on the town as opposed to the developer?
I agree.
That's why.
So.
Yep. Ms. Smithers, and I apologize for mispronouncing your name earlier.
That's okay, Mr. I won't even try to say yours. I just wanted to reiterate that administration's intent in reviewing applications where we know undermining has occurred and the regulation is not in effect in that land, our intent would be regardless to require as a condition of approval that that land be taken within the undermining regulation. Again, it's provincial domain. We don't have the subject matter expertise. Undermining is a serious public health, public safety concern, so we would be doing that regardless. And I think to Councillor Frobert's comment earlier, the condition of approval, if they don't meet the condition, they don't get an approval. So it's not like a condition of prior to release or something like that. We don't make the decision of approval until that condition is met. But I wanted to say that this is something that administration would be requiring as a condition of approval regardless. In this instance, though, we do appreciate council's support and council's direction to do that, just recognizing the public safety risk and the unknowns related to undermining and the fact that we don't have the subject matter expertise, so we would be looking to the province for that. So just some clarification that this is good news for administration as well.
Yeah, thank you. Councillor Frobert.
I turned mine off, but
okay.
I actually really appreciated the follow-up from Ms. Smithers, because I think that, you know, for us to understand how the process works when citizens are expressing their concerns to us, that's really helpful for me. And then I think on this one, what we're doing is we're finding a solution to a problem that we know currently exists, and I feel like, Councillor Graham, you're looking for solutions that that don't exist yet. So we're not there yet, I don't think.
Okay. Any other discussion before I put a motion on the table? We're good? Okay, so I made a, as a result of the conversation, I made an amendment, friendly amendment to the first motion that it applies to any new development. And so I will move that council require as a condition for approval to develop any new development on undermined lands in Canmore, that the subject lands be included within the Canmore Undermining Review Regulation, Alberta Regulations 34-2020, as may be amended from time to time. I think I've said all I need to say in support of this motion. I think that this makes it tidy and clear and certain that for those who are coming forward with development on lands that have not yet been developed, that they will be expected to do this, and it provides the backing to administration to require that condition. Would anybody like to speak to the motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. And the second motion, that council direct Mayor Krauser to provide letters or other direct communication to the appropriate provincial minister or ministers in support of any application for any Canmore undermined land to be included within the Canmore Undermining Review Regulation, Alberta Regulations 34/2020, as may be amended from time to time. And this is really, this is actually the even more meatier part of this, just so that I have direction to be able to write that letter to the minister or have that conversation with the minister about this, knowing that I have the backing of council that we require this. Would anybody like to speak to that motion? Okay. Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. Thank you. Now we're at the end of those items that we said we would deal with before the break, and we had a good conversation so that we're actually now at 10 to 12. Oh. Dr. Cottle, did you have?
Mr. Reader did come in as available. If you want to do H5 now, we can also keep it at after lunch. It's really up to council.
And Mr. Reader, you don't have anything else on this agenda, do you? No. Okay, in that case then, I will move that we deal with H5 now. All in favor? Carried unanimously. Mr. Reader, thank you for being here, and I wouldn't want you to have to come back in an hour, so.
Oh, it's okay.
Welcome to council.
Thank you. I always come bearing good news. Good morning, Mayor and Council. Here this morning to discuss a new capital project to replace the CPKC rail crossing at Railway Ave North. CPKC is the new CP rail after a merger last year. So I'll give a quick, brief overview of the situation and the financial impacts. Like last year, it's fairly straightforward. Feel free to interrupt me at any time if you have any questions. So this is the crossing in question. Regulations in Canada that cover rail transportation. Jurisdiction is with Transport Canada and the Canadian Transportation Agency. The responsibilities for each party, the railway, the rail authority, and the road authority, so the railway and the town, are governed by crossing agreements and prescribed by federal legislation. So in early May of this year, CP informed us, incidental to a different question, that they intended to replace this crossing at the end of August of this year. The general scope of work that they will execute is the same as what they did last year at Railway South. So a full removal and replacement. They're going to do, the siding in this section is abandoned. The siding actually ends a little bit further to the north. They're going to remove the siding and replace it. They're going to remove the main line and replace it. All the gravels, all the everything. Install concrete mats, repave and refinish. Both roadway and sidewalk crossings, north and south. They anticipate the work will take 3 days. It will require full closure of the roadway for 2 to 2.5 of those days. In these situations, very similar to last year, we have basically no rights to dictate scope or timing to CP. We ask nicely, we negotiate, we do our best, but at the end of the day, they've told us that this needs to happen in line with other railway work, and it's going to happen as of now on August 27th, just prior to Labor Day long weekend. Which is unfortunate, but so it goes. Incidentally, when they informed us of that, we have been going back and forth with them quite a bit over the 10th Street pedestrian crossing over the last year. They've had a persistent track alignment issue there. Last year they did some remediation work. It didn't help the situation. They've done a bunch of interim repairs over the last year to try and make it work. It seems, the latest one seems to be working quite well. But we asked them if they could do this work as well as Railway North this year, just to get it done. I was told by the roadmaster that this was on their plans for next year. So they're going to try and fit it in this year. If not, it'll most likely happen next year. So, under the legislation and the crossing agreements, the town is responsible for all actual costs associated with the work because our roadway crosses their right-of-way, which predates us. For the Railway Ave North work, CPKC provided us with an estimate of $395,000. We've added a contingency to that to cover cost escalation and incidentals, communications and things like that. So $395,000 for the work, $40,000 for the contingency. For the 10th Street Save-On crossing, we prepared an estimate of $85,000, which includes a 10% contingency. This is based on the estimate they gave us for Railway North because they haven't given us a specific estimate for 10th Street yet. Unit rates and things like that are similar, so not super complicated. I don't expect it to be especially different. So when you add everything up, total estimated project costs are $520,000 for all the work. Presumed to come from asset rehab and replace. Current balance in that is $6.8 million. Given that this is the second year in a row in which we've had something like this come up, sort of last minute, we're looking to incorporate work like this into our budget forecasts going forward. We've spoken with CP. They're suggesting a life cycle for these that we should expect is 5 to 10 years, which seems very short. I did some digging. We have been more in the 8 to 12 year range for most of our rehabs. Interestingly, I don't, like, lots of people I think don't really notice them happening, but Spring Creek was built in 2008, rehab was done in 2020, it was 12 years. Railway South was rehabbed previously in 2011, and then last year, Railway North was previously rehabbed in 2016, and then they're planning this year. So all of those are in the 8 to 12 year range. We'll have more conversations with CP and try and get a better range going forward. And obviously hope to get better notice going forward. Their budget and planning cycle is like December, January, which is difficult for our budget cycle. But I think if we get a better handle on those rehab ranges, we can better forecast, and it puts us in a better position. Anyway, that is basically it. So if you have, can't go to the next one, there we go. If you have any questions, feel free.
So with this one, when it's done, all of our crossings will have been done within the last 5 years,
yeah.
or much more recent than that.
Yeah.
And so when they have their plans going forward, hopefully it will inform future budgets for us when we see it coming down the line.
Yeah.
Okay, and thank you for including the crossing, the pedestrian crossing. I think that that's important. Just want to clarify that if they don't get to it this year, then this would still be an active capital project,
Yeah.
and so we wouldn't need to approve it again. It would just be there. The only reason it would come back is if their estimates were
Yes.
completely different. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Councillor Faubert, you have a question? Just a second here. I'm having a problem. There we go.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you, Mr. Reader. You actually have answered a couple of my questions already, because I was wondering about the lifespan of this type of infrastructure and how its actual usage in our community matches up. In particular, given our visitor population, which drives over those tracks along with us. I'm curious about the abandoned siding. So they don't use it at all, but they're going to reinstall it. Why? That's not a you question. That's not a you question.
I asked the question. We asked if we could remove it, if they could just take it out, because it ends further to the north now. They said no, that it's necessary for potential track maintenance. Yeah.
Okay.
We did ask the question, and we did request that they do that, but the answer was no.
That's good. I know, because it was like, if they're not using it, why do they need it? Good questions to ask.
I know they do park track maintenance equipment
Yeah.
on it from time to time, I've noticed. I think that's all it is, really.
And then a follow-up question.
Yep.
I know in the future there's plans to redo the intersection at Bow Valley Trail and Railway there. Does doing this upgrade affect that in the future, or would that project maybe align with our next time that we have to do this work?
Right now, I spoke with Andy last week, sort of starting conversations around budget forecast. That Railway North we're probably looking at in less time than the next rehab. But the concept designs that we have for that, for those two intersections, the Bow Valley Trail intersection as well as the Railway and 17th intersection, basically follow the existing road alignment, so this wouldn't have any impact.
What if I liked option one? That's great. Thank you so much for your presentation.
Thank you, Councillor Ma. I'm having a problem here with the panel here. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you, Mr. Reader, for coming. So 3 days to get the work done? And they're saying August 27th, so hopefully done by the 29th. So we're bracketing that CRPS starts back up on the 26th, on the Monday, and then the long weekend kicks in right after. You mentioned there's a bit of a communication strategy coming forward. What's that all, how will that roll out?
Yeah, we'll basically follow something fairly similar to what we did last year. We'll put a few ads in the newspaper, we'll do some social media, we'll make sure that it's on the radio, we'll put signage out, we'll have signage.
Signage for sure,
We'll put signage out, in probably the 2 weeks leading up to. We also did a closure on Google Maps last year so that people just following directions on the phone will see it. That one's tricky because Google takes 3 or 4 days to put something like that in place and then 3 or 4 days to remove it. So, but we managed to pull it off last year. I think we'll try that again this year. Yeah, that'll be the majority of it.
Is this something we should also consider putting on our Voyant app? I think we had a notification with regards to parade route closure, so.
May have done that last year. I can't remember for certain. I don't know if anybody else remembers.
All right.
That's a good idea, though.
Okay, yeah, because I know we did for parade closure, so this could be a big one for 3 days.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Graham. Just 1 second. Boy. We need a new paddle. I'm getting a new message I've never seen before. Okay. It's completely unresponsive. Oh, now we're connected. Here we go. And nothing more there. Okay, thank you. No other questions then? Thank you very much.
Okay, thanks.
All right, I will then move the council approve a new 2024 capital project for the KPKC rail crossing replacement at Railway Avenue North / 17th Street and at the 10th Street pedestrian rail crossing for $520,000 to be funded from the Asset Replacement Rehabilitation Reserve. Anybody like to speak to the motion? I want to express appreciation for administration's questions and negotiating as best possible, and also looking to change how we approach these going forward so that we're not caught unaware because it's not our timeline that we're working with, right? So I appreciate that. Anyone else wishing to speak to the motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. And now I will call a lunch break until 10 after 1, 1:10. I got to figure out. Okay, we're back from lunch. I'm just going to confirm with the municipal clerk that the order of things that we'll be doing is H1, H2, H4, and then finishing with G1. Okay. Perfect. All right, then that brings us to H1, Climate Emergency Action Plan. Turn your mic here. Van Gaal, welcome to council.
Perfect. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. My name is Caitlin Van Gaal, Supervisor of Environment and Sustainability. I'm joined here today with Amy Fournier, Energy and Climate Action Coordinator, and Andreas Camo, Manager of Public Works, to present on the Climate Emergency Action Plan. So this presentation will be relatively quick, as the Climate Emergency Action Plan was presented in detail at the Committee of the Whole meeting on June 18th. So instead of going into the details that were shared in the June meeting, we will touch more on what the Climate Emergency Action Plan is, how it is more than just a climate plan, why implementing climate action now is important, and we will also quickly review a few of the key messages and results of the modeling that was completed, as well as the themes for the recommended actions. And we will end with questions. So as a reminder, we are here today to ask that Council accept the Climate Emergency Action Plan for planning purposes, and that Council rescind the 2010 Environmental Sustainability Action Plan, the 2016 Climate Change Adaptation Background Report and Resiliency Plan, and the 2018 Climate Action Plan. So the Climate Emergency Action Plan is designed to be a strategic guiding document for the town on its environment and climate-related actions. The plan has climate-modeled projections out to 2070 and has set emission reduction targets for 2050. It is a corporate-wide guiding document that is intended to guide the work of all departments to achieve Council's priorities and commitment to climate and environment. It is the next evolution of our existing plans, so the Environmental Sustainability Action Plan, the Climate Adaptation Plan, and the Climate Action Plan, but with increased ambition and alignment with current science and international and national targets, more robust modeling, and has a stronger focus on equity. It sets the intention for the town that all actions are climate actions, and that all climate actions should further multiple strategic priorities around community well-being, equity, and affordability. The plan was prepared by SSG, Sustainable Solutions Group, who you heard from last month, who have completed almost 100 climate change and community investment strategies across North America. More importantly, they've completed work in Calgary, Edmonton, Banff, Red Deer, and Drayton Valley here in Alberta. The Climate Emergency Action Plan consists of one overarching plan with 9 annexes or supporting documents, which are all summarized within the Climate Emergency Action Plan. These annexes are also now available online, which is a change from the Council report. So this plan is also different and leading in that it brings together both climate change mitigation, which is the reduction of carbon emissions, and climate change adaptation, which is preparing for a changing climate. The plan identifies actions where adaptation and mitigation can work together to enhance benefits, resulting in a net benefit to the community. Looking at mitigation and adaptation together also helps identify potential co-harms. For example, adaptation planning may identify the need for additional building cooling, as it may experience more extreme heat events, but installing air conditioning in homes may increase energy demand. Therefore, looking at alternatives such as heat pumps or better building envelopes can help improve building cooling without that increased energy demand. So as discussed on June 18th, the Climate Emergency Action Plan is not just a climate plan, it is also an intention for how we move forward for a more resilient and thriving community. The plan looks to protect and enhance community well-being. It looks to make our economy more resilient, to create jobs and support economic diversification. It focuses on project implementation around inclusivity and equity. It looks at long-term operational costs and sectors of the community that are more in need to help make life more affordable for residents, and ultimately improve health and wellness of our community. So a reminder, there was substantial engagement that went into the development of this plan. Firstly, engagement was designed according to the International Association of Public Participation, IAP2 methodology, which is a global standard for public engagement. As an initial step, pre-engagement took place, and this is consisted of interviews with a selection of interested and affected parties. And the intent of these interviews were to determine what their preferences were for engagement on the plan. These interviews, along with the completion of the IAP2 assessment from key staff within the environment communications and senior management teams, was assessed by SSG, and it was determined that the overall level of engagement for this plan would be involved, meaning the public concerns would be and aspirations for the plan would be consistently understood and considered. I will note that due to this pre-work and the strong focus on equity, our engagement was a bit different from what we have done in the past. It focused on equity-deserving populations and getting a more representative input from a diverse perspectives. To achieve this, we spent a lot of time on community roundtables and equity focus groups, as well as 8 pop-up sessions to meet the community where they gather. We wanted to specifically hear from people who don't normally participate in engagement, plus those who will be disproportionately impacted by climate change. We also still had a number of industry-specific stakeholder sessions, including a survey with BODA members, a workshop with BODA, and one with TCK in the business community. We also had a public survey that ran for a month and 2 public webinars, open houses online. Once we had a draft plan and actions, we had a final workshop with key community groups consisting of the Biosphere, the Bow Valley Climate Action, Bow Valley Clean Air Society, BODA, and TCK to review the draft actions and provide feedback. Members of this group were given 10 days following this session to submit feedback. Feedback on these draft actions was also gathered from the Chamber of Commerce during the same 10-day period, as well as a separate session was held with staff, internal stakeholders, and they were also given a 10-day period to provide feedback. The final draft plan was not circulated broadly to the community, as the draft actions were determined based on industry best practices, substantial modeling, scientific consensus, the evaluation of co-benefits and co-harms, staff engagement, and stakeholder and community engagement. And it is the reflection of what is needed to be done to address climate change. As this plan is a high-level strategic plan setting the direction, it was felt that it would be best to involve the community in additional engagement when we start to move towards implementation of the various actions, and we have more details on how they will be implemented and the impacts and benefits to the community. So with that, I'm going to hand it over to Ms. Fournier, who will go into detail, or go over, I guess, the high-level results of the modeling, as well as the themes for the implemented actions, or recommended actions. So Ms. Fournier.
Thank you. Ms. Fournier, welcome.
Thank you. And good afternoon, Mayor and Council. SSG modeled the projected impacts of climate change for Canmore now and into the future. And through that work, we have a very detailed climate risk and vulnerability assessment, and that is one of the annexes to this plan. The simple summary is here. It is that we will be getting warmer, wetter, and wilder. Our top risks are steep creek flooding, river flooding, wildfire, and wildfire smoke. We will be experiencing more extreme heat and periods of drought during the summers. We will be getting more rain in the winter, and generally more variable and inconsistent weather. Storm events will be more frequent and more intense. On the energy and emissions side, SSG looked at how Canmore could align with the federal and international target of net zero emissions by 2050. This blue line here represents the business as usual approach. The orange line represents what's called a business as planned scenario. Oh, sorry. What they did was model all of the impact of existing plans, policies, targets, and regulations, not only from the municipality, but also from the federal and provincial government. And you can see that it only gets us about a third of the way. This green line is the pathway to net zero, or the low carbon scenario. So this is the scenario that all of the greenhouse gas mitigation actions in the plan were modeled against, was this scenario here. We do not have time to waste. That is what global scientific consensus tells us if we want to avoid unmanageable levels of global warming. Also, the decisions that we make today can lock us into patterns of high energy use, high emissions, and high cost for decades to come. This is because of the long lifetimes of infrastructure. And we don't want to be creating retrofit costs and problems for people farther down the road. While climate action often gets pitted as protecting the environment at the expense of the economy, this is false. Not only does this ignore the fact that we need functioning and intact ecosystems for people and economies to exist, it also ignores that many of the actions in this plan and climate action in general do save money. They create jobs, and they provide additional benefits such as cleaner air, less expensive ways of getting around, and health and well-being. On the adaptation side, tourism is the main economic driver here, and we are an outdoor recreation destination, which means that we are exceptionally vulnerable to the impacts of a changing climate. From an equity perspective, there are residents in this community who don't have the option of leaving town when wildfire smoke gets bad. There are people who do not have nice cool basements to spend time in during extreme heat. We need to ensure that we are building resilience so that the people in this community can live and work through extreme weather events. While the main water main break in Calgary was not climate-induced, it does remind us about the critical importance of our infrastructure and the significant impact that can happen when there are disruptions to that. Lastly, the costs of preparedness and prevention need to be weighed against the costs of having to clean up and deal with things after the fact, which can often be more expensive. In terms of implementation, this is a high-level guidance document. There are 93 actions in it. The bulk of them are split about half and half between climate change mitigation and then adaptation and emergency preparedness on the other side. There are a number of actions that simultaneously advance both. And then there are some actions that are really specific to energy poverty and equity, as well as protecting natural spaces and protecting water quality. The actions are divided amongst these 7 themes, and staff throughout the organization helped to inform the suggested timelines to implement them, and they vary from the short term to 10+ years out. In addition to the community input and modeling and best available science that Ms. Van Gel already spoke to, these actions are based on our own experience with implementation. The town of Canmore is not new to this work. There are staff in this room, they know who they are, and they started working on this stuff 2 decades ago, implementing our early environment and climate plans. And we have a long history of doing this work. Many of the actions that are in this plan are just carryovers from our existing strategies, and others are already being worked on through other departmental plans and priorities. This plan was not limited to what is easy or what everybody is interested in at this time. It is an honest accounting of what needs to be done to reduce carbon pollution, safeguard our community against climate instability, and ensure that Canmore thrives well into the future. This document charts the path, but it is ultimately up to us to determine how and when we implement it. Over the coming years, different actions will be brought forward for consideration the same way that all policies, projects, and budget requests are. Many of the actions in here don't require budget. For those that do, the ones that advance multiple objectives will be prioritized. Some will be leveraged with other plans for efficiency, and some will need to wait until there is external funding or advances in technology. Others need to be led from higher levels of government or other organizations. And lastly, some of the actions will need further study and analysis, as well as further community input and engagement before they can be undertaken. But for now, the ask is that Council accept the Climate Emergency Action Plan for planning purposes. And because this document updates and amalgamates our previous strategies, there's a second recommended motion to rescind those. Thank you. So we'll open it up to questions now.
Thank you very much, Ms. Fournier and Ms. Van Gaal. Really appreciate all the work that has been done on this. I just wanted to kick things off as far as questions go. Right near the end, it was, I think the slide before says, the how and the when is now up to us. And of course, the us is not just the town and not necessarily stakeholders that we can control. So correct me if I'm wrong, one of the benefits of this document is to provide an honest take on what is needed and can be a resource for multiple stakeholders in assessing their planning going forward as well, correct? Okay.
Yes.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that I was on the right page there and that it wasn't expected that this was all municipal matters to deal with. Looking to council to see if there are questions. Councillor Faubert.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you, Ms. Fournier and Ms. Van Gaal, for your presentation. Some of my questions have been answered, but Ms. Van Gaal, you spoke to why the plan, a draft of the plan wasn't taken back out for public feedback, but I didn't catch your answer. Just because I sometimes have memory problems, and so I just want to make sure that I heard what you said.
Yeah, no, I appreciate you asking the question again. So we actually had several discussions about how we should best engage the public on the plan and what stages of the plan was best to engage. And there is an approach that you can take in which you engage at the end once you have draft actions. But we thought we wanted to get people's input from the very beginning. And so it was best to include their feedback and engagement in the drafting of the actions. We then engaged with a key group of stakeholders on the draft actions. And then our intent is that we will then continue to engage with the community as we move towards implementation. And so the draft actions are designed off of previous engagement, scientific consensus, modeling, industry best practices, leading municipalities. And so we think the best part to engage the community is how exactly do we implement these actions, not whether these actions should be the actions that go forward or not. Does that?
Yeah, that makes sense. So the plan is then, in terms of the how and the when and that implementation, that the partners in the community who have a role to play in this plan, this isn't just our corporate plan, it's a community plan as well, they'll be engaged in that work. How does, I know I had provided, had we considered maybe doing a is it a committee process, or how does that work?
Yeah, I think as we move towards implementation, a committee of those key partners that may have a role within the actions could be an appropriate approach. I'm looking at people like the Biosphere, for example. We work with them quite closely anyways, and that would be a very natural way to implement. Whether or not we do a public committee, I guess you could take several different approaches on that. I think that's ultimately a council decision of whether they feel that's appropriate. But right now, our approach is to engage with as many people as possible. And if we go towards implementation, we don't want it to be narrowed to a specific 6 people, for example. We want to make sure that we're engaging a diverse sector of the population that is represented within our community, or that represents our community, so that our actions are benefiting as many people as possible.
Yeah. I sit on the Municipal Climate Leadership Caucus, and Andrea Reimer from the City of Vancouver spoke, and she talked about how getting community buy-in through a committee format or process really helped Vancouver, because then the community saw themselves in the plan as well. They saw themselves engaged in and more involved in it, and it wasn't just a document, it was collaborative. And that's why I asked that question. I know at the beginning of our term, we decided not to continue with the Environmental Advisory Review Committee, but I didn't think that format is the right one for what I think this plan might need. So I'm really interested in how that direction falls out in the future. That would be, because I really do think that we want to engage the community every step of the way in implementation.
Can I add to that? I was involved when I worked for the City of Vancouver in that plan, and that committee structure was really interesting because there was 10 goals. So there's one's related to transportation, one's related to clean air, one's related to food, local food. And each goal had a separate public committee who were the experts and organizations that were involved in that subject area. So I think to answer your question in part, there is a structure question of like a general one for all environment, or specific things that are relevant to the thing that you're focusing on. Yeah. And that can offer their specific expertise and implementation role with that one area.
Absolutely, I think that's really smart work.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it was a lot. It was also hundreds of people involved, so.
Way bigger community.
Yeah.
Way bigger community.
Yeah.
Looking. I don't see any at this point. Oh, Councillor Graham.
Thank you, Mayor Crowser. Thank you both for your presentations. I was wondering, how does this document compare to other leading municipalities as far as climate change is concerned?
I think it's relatively a similar approach to what a lot of the leading municipalities are now taking. Halifax, being an example, is quite a successful plan, has brought together mitigation and adaptation, and we actually drafted our RFP, a lot of the RFP that Halifax did. They were willing to share that with us, and so we were able to make sure that we asked for similar items that were included in their plan. And I think it's the combining of the mitigation and adaptation together that is a new approach. And speaking with the City of Edmonton, they are planning to take that approach with their next update as well, because they currently have 2 separate plans for mitigation and adaptation. So I think it's fairly consistent. A lot of our actions are based on best practices from these leading municipalities and tailored to a Canmore specific context. So yeah, I would say it's relatively consistent.
Excellent. I was wondering, how often are we going to review this document? How often does this come back and have a real, science is always changing, best practices are always changing. How often will council have a look at this?
Yeah, so there's some interim targets set for 2030. I think we'll probably look to do a more detailed review every 5 to 10 years. We haven't fleshed that out in detail, but it is not something that we're going to be doing every year. Mm-hmm. It's a 5 to 10 year plan with the immediate actions, as you can see in the plan, out to 10 years. And so it would be to look at it within that time window of 5 to 10 years.
Okay. Excellent. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Faubert.
Thank you, Your Worship. I would like to ask a few questions with respect to electric vehicles. And Ms. Bangal, you had said that the recommendations kind of reflect the best practice, industry standards, and what experts are telling us we need to do in order to address climate change. But there's some of the recommendations I agree with fully, some that I have questions about, and then the electric vehicle one where I do have some apprehension around this actually being the way forward. Why not wait until our electric vehicle pilot project that is being undertaken is completed before we add language in this plan that requires electric vehicle readiness for all new residential and commercial?
So the action in the plan does recommend that we move towards requiring new construction being electric vehicle ready. And so what that ultimately means is having conduit and wiring to parking spaces to enable a future electric vehicle charging unit. So essentially a plug or a dryer plug. So the pilot that we're doing right now wouldn't so much impact that overall direction. The pilot was intended to, and is intended to, One, try to understand the appropriate incentive amount to do an incentive program both for existing construction and potentially consider one for new construction as well as an interim step. So it was kind of understanding the incentive levels and ground truthing the costing information that we have from other jurisdictions. So we had done a best practice study that was presented last May, and in that we have some costing information about costs doing readiness in new builds versus trying to retrofit, and we wanted to understand if that was consistent with what we experienced in Canmore. So that was the main intention there, as well as to inform any future requirements that we have, but more on the side of like what kind of guidance we could provide. Are there ways of doing it that's less expensive than other ways that we could help point people to? What are the key barriers that people are experiencing that we could help them through as a based on learning, but not necessarily to decide whether or not we should do that.
Okay, so, yeah. I think that there is still some debate out there around the ability to make make every unit of future development electric vehicle ready, because and so I guess my question kind of tags off of Wade's. What if we learn more and this isn't the way to go? How then do we change course?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, with EVs, for passenger vehicles, they are going to be the vehicle for personal vehicle use. And I think that what's important is that EVs are just for the remaining vehicle trips that are undertaken by cars. Canmore's top priorities still remain transit. They still remain active modes of transportation, but we're just saying this is a shift, and an important shift, in vehicle travel. And for our plan, a significant portion of us getting anywhere close to that net zero scenario requires a transition to EVs. So I think there's some more debate about air travel, heavy duty travel, commercial travel, about other types of technologies, but for passenger travel, EVs seem to be the thing. And there are federal sales mandates that we're responding to for that.
I know but will everyone own an EV in the future?
Yeah, according to the federal sales mandates, yes, that it will be. So like not right now, but like 2040, 2045, we're looking at 100% of new vehicles by 2035 are going to be EV. So with the lag time of ownership, by 2045, it is projected that EVs will be the mainstream vehicle and the majority of them on the road. And again, we're not saying every stall needs to have a charger, but it's building in that readiness so that it's easy and less expensive to do those retrofits 10 years down the road when we're talking about buildings that might be standing for 70 years.
I really appreciate you guys taking the time to answer my questions. I know that the electric vehicle stuff is one of those kind of challenging areas where I think there is some debate, but I 100% support readiness. It's just what does that look like, and what are the equity thing, because it's not just the cost of the EV, but the cost of that housing, whether it's rental or market, goes up. So how do we balance all those things? And that was not me asking a question. It was me saying thank you for answering my questions. Thank you.
Just building off of those questions, so the second part of Councillor Fosbert's question was, what if we learn more or better or different? And my understanding is that this is a guide. It's not obviously going to be, nothing's going to be implemented here unless it gets through a budget process, etc. There's review over time, and our standard operating has always been to incorporate new information as we get it. So is that the same approach that will be taken here?
Yes, absolutely. That is the approach. And as I had said in the presentation, the actions that require a significant policy change or budget, they will come forward. and they will continue to be analyzed and researched and updated before any decisions are made. And this is what guides us, so we know where we're going, and again, what needs to happen to achieve those targets and achieve the goals, but there is flexibility along the way.
So it's important for us to recognize that this is a 30,000 foot to 10 to 30,000 foot plan. There's going to be lots of time where we get closer to the ground with these things, and the details get worked out. Okay. Councillor Merrill.
Thank you, and thank you for your report. I'm just following up on this. It's just a question that came to mind. I talked to a builder a couple of years ago that said they could make every unit ready EV, but what about if everyone plugs in and there's a transformer, I'm not sure the technical word, at the end is not up to snuff and not everyone could plug in. Do we know or have any projections from whomever, province, whoever, when they're looking at upgrading or making those so that if there's a new development, they'll put in the proper whatever equipment that's required? Do we have any information on that? Because if everyone plugs in and our infrastructure can't handle it, the power grid.
Yeah, as part of this work, because we've been working on this.
Yeah.
Our EV readiness and EV charging was in the last climate plan in 2018. So this is something that we've been working on for some time. And we have been working with Fortis, who is the electricity provider in this area. And I was at a conference in April, and one of the gentlemen from Fortis said, yes, the grid can handle it. The grid is our deal. We're on this, people, is essentially what they were saying. So there's a lot of information out there and a lot of questioning out there, but the people who are working on the grid are working on it. And also, as we do, I think the notion, there's two big things. One, it's not going to happen overnight.
No.
It's working over time. And also, working on this and doing the readiness and building it up front ensures that it is being planned for and the capacity is being built in at the time of construction. Like, where it can get problematic is when you're trying to do it after the fact.
Interesting. I've just been at a conference that sort of said the opposite.
Oh, really? Yeah.
That
No,
it's like at least a 20-year before they even start going. So I was just curious where you are.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a lot of misinformation and
Yeah, I
information
think
out there.
so, yeah.
So I'm just wondering what you had heard. So.
Yeah, no, the utility providers that we're working with are looking forward and.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
Thank you.
Looking to see if there are any other questions. Councillor Graham.
Thank you, Your Worship. So the capital outlay is about $843 million. But that's not all of the town of Canmore. That is a community investment. Roughly $32 million annually by, the community. What if this is actually going to be taxpayer and ratepayer funded? Does that question make sense?
It does.
Okay.
And SSG was sending that to us, and I just don't have that number off the top of my head. We can circle back and provide that to you. But again, they're high-level rough estimates.
Yeah. No, I get that's not the exact number.
Yeah.
For sure.
It's meant to serve as a guideline to understand that although it does appear to be a large investment from a community as a whole, the benefit is larger to the community.
Yeah, the $2.1 billion was the recoup cost.
Yeah.
The return on that investment is significant.
Totally.
I'm just curious as to.
Yeah, and when we start to move towards fleshing out how we're going to implement and prioritize and move forward on the specific actions and building capital project requests, we'll be able to flesh those answers out in a lot more detail. But when I get that number from SSG for your specific question today, I can circulate that to you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much for your time and presentation today. I'll now move that Council accept the Climate Emergency Action Plan for planning purposes. In speaking in support of this motion, I just want to note that over lunch I did take time to read two pieces of correspondence that we received in the last few days. Again, well, one was just from yesterday, and that was from the Bow Valley Climate Action Group and from BODA. Found it interesting because each of those communications saw the plan differently, and I'm actually aligned with the description taken by the Bow Valley Climate Action as to what this plan is intended to be and how the importance of the details and those will come forward. And you can always pick. One of their lines was, not to, something to the effect of not to focus on the perfect, but recognize the good, something to that effect. And I think that is important. We need to do our best to do our best. And in some ways, some of the things written in the Bow Valley Climate Action Plan actually address some of the concerns raised in the BODA letter. One of the things that really struck me as I was reading that, and I've never thought about this before, intellectually the GHG is pollution, but so much of it you can't see. And so we don't think of it in the same terms as other human-created pollution, whether that be some garbage being left on the ground or sewage being created that could be let out into a natural environment. And if we saw those things, we'd be, whoa, that's not right. And that was the gist of the point that being made in the Bow Valley Climate Action letter quite a bit. And if we think about the GHGs that we cannot see is actually pollution of the same nature, it really changes your perspective. And like I said, you know that, but to have that analogy I thought was very helpful. I also want to say that, and I appreciated Councillor Graham's question about what other leading municipalities are doing. I think that we can't overlook the fact that while we're certainly not at the absolute foremost, we are one of those leading municipalities. And we are taking action that many, if not most, still have yet to take. And so we are actually part of that crest moving forward. And we'll learn things along the way. But it's important because it is a timely issue that we do step forward. So I appreciate that, and I appreciate that we will learn over time. I also like that, not all of this is new. Much of it is found in other reports, but updated. And then there is some new. And I love that we are now moving it all into one spot instead of having 4 different plans that may not exactly align, etc. So I'm very excited that this work is done and that it will guide a lot of our conversations and a lot of our planning going forward, of course with the details to be worked out in the future. And not all of it at once, obviously. And I appreciate the implementation plan setting out some details as far as timing and parties involved, etc. So I very much support adoption of this plan for planning purposes. Would anyone else like to speak to the motion? Councillor Faubert.
Thank you, Mayor Crowser. I will be supporting the motion. I am very enthusiastically in support of us having a climate emergency action plan. I think that the fact that council is accepting this for planning purposes really sets the stage around how we move forward, and I think that's really important and should be taken into consideration by anyone who might look at this plan and assume that this means we're just going to do all these things now, or all these things are a given. What really this is it's a strategic map that sets courses for us to begin to move down, which have the results which will reduce our greenhouse gases, mitigate climate, and also adapt to the fact that our climate is changing, because we have to be prepared for both situations. And that's, I think, why the plan does both. To have 2 different plans, as the mayor said, which are linked, critically linked, I think doesn't set the right leadership for us as a council. I think that by declaring a climate emergency, the prior council has taken that role of getting the ball rolling of us getting to this point where we are right now. Because when we make a statement declaring an emergency, it is then incumbent upon us to do something about it. And so that's what this plan really does. Now, I like the targets. I like mitigation and adaptation. I like how the flow of the plan goes. It makes the case for why we got to do this. It measures our emissions, something we have to do in order to be able to measure our changes in them. I think where my questions today came around is when I look at the plan, I want to also make sure that we're setting up not just administration, but the community for success and implementation. Because we have partners in this plan in the community that have to step up and have roles to play. And so given some of the discussions around, types of committees that are out there in other jurisdictions, I thought that might be a potential option, but I know that as administration does this work, we're going to have information come back to us and that might be one of those things that we need to do to support this work with the community. The other area of concern I had was around recommendations where maybe something might change in the future, or we get partway down that pathway towards that solution and it turns out not to be the solution we thought it was. And I think that all my concerns were addressed, especially with some of the clarification through Mayor Krausert around how this actually rolls out. And I think that it really is incumbent upon us to approve this plan and set the stage for how we as a community are going to address climate change in the future. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Maw.
Thank you, Worship. Thank you, Ms. Van Gaal. Thank you, Ms. Fournier, for your tireless efforts with this stuff, because it's big, right? It's super big. I think the plan is fulsome. I think it's great. And I think it's bold at times. And I think that's why sometimes people question it and detract it. But at the end of the day, we're not here forever, and we're trying to leave a better place for our kids and our grandkids and people beyond that. So I think it pays to be bold and strong and to try these plans. So thank you.
Councillor Mira.
Thank you, Mayor Krausert. Thank you for your report, and I will support this motion that's coming forward. Knowing that it's an overarching and a long-term plan, and knowing that every 5 to 10 years it will be relooked at and can be sort of like a living document, as we call about a lot of things that we can adjust to changes. I know that some of the people in the community were concerned because of they looked at the big dollar amount and thinking that's going to be all at once and upfront, and we're already having issues in the community with affordability, and they see the upfront money and how they don't see how it's going to, in the long term, benefit them, because they're trying to survive today. So I appreciate that each item that will come forward will come in front of council for discussion, recommendation, and cost and budget. So in that, I'm confident in this plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Hillstead.
Thank you, and thanks to administration for all the hard work that's gone into this. I'm happy to support this plan. Again, it's a plan. It's goalposts where there's definitely some bold ideas. There's change. Nobody likes change. It's how it's always been. So anytime change is, put out there, people put their back up, because why would we change something? Well, we don't go and whale anymore to get oil from whales, so we can change how we fuel things. Again, I'm sure there was times back in the day where change happened and people were like, that's not ever going to change. We're going to keep doing this forever. No, we change, we adapt, we find better technologies, we find better ways forward. And you just look at our history, like, it's exponential growth now. Like we're changing. You look at our phones, it wasn't that long ago when everyone had flip phones, and that was a big wow factor. So the fact that technology changes gives me a lot of hope, because we're probably going to find something before this plan's out that's probably going to be even better than what's in this plan already. So things are going to change, and basically these are some of our best estimates of how to put this change forward, and those are going to change. That's the main thing. Change will happen. It's okay. We're all going to survive.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Graham.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you, Councillor Hillstead, for all of those comments. Administration, I just want to say I appreciate all the effort that you've put into this. This is a big document, a big push. And I remember sitting in our strat plan 3 years ago now, and having discussions around what would be our pillars, and when environmental initiatives came up, we had a conversation around whether or not we wanted to be a environmental leader or the environmental leader. And we really batted that word around for quite some time. And we are one of the environmental leaders, and I look forward to us continuing on that path and pushing those bold ideas and being one of the communities that the world looks to as an example of the work that we can do and can be done. I think along the lines of Councillor Mara's comments, there are costs to this, and affordability is an issue in our community. There are savings and returns on these investments, but we have to get our community on board for those things, and a lot of them are, and some of them are struggling on a daily basis, certainly. I like Councillor Faubert's comments around when things will come back to us and the committees that may be formed and the discussions that we will have. This is a guiding document, and I think it's a fabulous one, and I appreciate all the effort that's put into it. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor. Any other comments before I call the vote? Okay, then I will ask the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. I'll now move the Council rescind the 2010 Environmental Sustainability Action Plan, the 2016 Climate Change Adaptation Background Report and Resilience Plan, and the 2018 Climate Action Plan. This is now housekeeping, given what we just passed, and so I support this work so that we have one plan instead of many and varied plans. Would anybody else like to speak to the motion? If none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. Thank you. Speaking of electric vehicle charger installation, we'll now move to item H2. Electric vehicle EV charger install town facilities cancel project. Mr. Hill, welcome to council.
No pressure. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Okay. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. I'm here to talk to you about the electric vehicle charger installation at town facilities project. So, opening with a recommendation, the Council cancel the 2024 capital project EV charger install at town facilities, CAP 7363, with an approved budget of $40,000. Background on the project. A capital project was created and was approved with a budget of $40,000 to install 4 user pay level 2 chargers at town facilities. The 2 selected facilities were the Canmore Rec Center and Elevation Place. And the rationale behind why we selected these facilities was because they're high-use facilities. The opportunity for people in town with EVs to charge their vehicles should they not have adequate charging available to them. And it's also reasonably easy access for people traveling through the Bow Valley to come in and charge their own EVs should they need it. So as we started to work on the project, it became complex for a few different reasons. First, the increased costs. So the procured expenses for this project came in at $30,000 over and above the approved budget of $40K. This is driven by electrical source tie-in complexities, including trenching, concrete, materials, electrical, labor, and supply. There was a third-party opportunity that came available during the project. So a private offer came in for, a private company came in and offered to install 2 level 2 chargers and 4 level 3 chargers at Elevation Place at that company's expense in exchange for the charging revenue and term. So a 13-year term is what the request was. This raised some fundamental questions as we moved through the project. Firstly, the budget doesn't support the project, and we think it's an opportunity to step back and refine our look at EV infrastructure built out throughout the community. Looking to better understand the town's role in this space and at what capacity. Developing and implementing a plan to get there, so identifying targets, looking at quantity, numbers, locations, charger types, level 1, 2, and 3, and ensuring there is alignment with our policies, things like the integrated transportation plan, our parking management plan, and bylaws, et cetera. And also, who best to deliver this project? Is this a town-driven operation? Should we look to private enterprise to do this, or should we create a hybrid model where we work with groups to deliver out the strategy as we see it? And with that, I'm looking to make a recommendation that council cancel the 2024 capital project for EV charger install at town facilities with the approved budget of $40,000. Opening it to questions.
Thank you. Appreciate you coming forward with this today for our consideration. Looking to council to see if there are any questions. I don't see any. You hit all the check boxes apparently, so thank you very much. I'll now move that council cancel the 2024 capital project EV charger install town facilities cap 7363 for $40,000. I appreciate it when it's brought back to us that, based on new information, maybe we need to reconsider our approach, particularly in the public realm. Should it be the town providing that infrastructure, or should it be something else? That's an important question to investigate. And certainly, we're not the only ones investigating that sort of thing as well. So I appreciate this moment to pause, step back, and to reflect, and I will support this motion. Anybody else like to speak to the motion? I'll call the question then. All in favor? Carried unanimously. Thank you. Okay, so we've already done H3. I will now move to H4. This should be an interesting discussion. CAP 7227, Civic Center Cooling System Replacement Project Budget Increase, and closeout of CAP 7291, Elevation Place Cooling Enhancement Project. Mr. Hannes, welcome to council.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Nice to see everybody, council as well. Yes, so today I'll be discussing 2 capital projects here. And first off, I want to sort of get to the point of how we got to this point in the first place. So 2 cooling projects, one in the Civic Center, one in Elevation Place. The cooling project in the Civic Center here was original to construction in 2004. And this building is a LEED Silver building, one of the first, if not the first, LEED Silver building in Alberta. And this was an innovative cooling system at the time. It uses domestic water that runs through the building, and our naturally cold domestic water was a great source of cooling in this building. It's worked well since establishment, and it's been a nice way an innovative way to cool off the spaces. However, in 2021, the province felt that there was a risk associated with this system in that it's an open loop system. The system accepts water from the domestic water supply and then re-injects it back into the domestic system. So throughout that time, we've had a mitigation process in place to ensure that the system doesn't get contaminated, and that's a chlorine monitoring system. And that's monitored daily by our staff and monthly by EPCOR as well. The system has been running, but the risks were deemed too high for the province, and thus they've given us till December of this year to remove the system. For Elevation Place, again, another LEED Silver building, great facility, wildly successful, and due to that wild success, we've changed how we've used the spaces almost since day one. Some of our meeting rooms were changed into fitness spaces to accommodate the great demand from the community. So when you do that, however, the system isn't quite designed for that intended use. Meeting rooms versus fitness spaces are two different types of uses. You need higher exchange of air and cooler spaces. So rooms 207 and 208 are the fitness and cardio rooms. They're the most acutely impacted by the high temperatures and low turnover of air. Room 212 is the weight room. That's unique in that it's located underneath the mechanical space, the room on the third floor. So that all that heat from that room is radiating down below into that space. In addition to, it's abutting the aquatic center as well, which is over 30 degrees in that space as well. So there's two major envelope perimeters that are basically radiating heat into that space. Room 209 is at the end of the hallway on the second floor there, quite big and open. We haven't had as many complaints in that space, but our study that we did with the design phase did confirm that it does not meet airflow expectations as well. So what did we do about it? So we forwarded these two projects, and we understand that the economy is hot right now. Contractors are busy, and so what we did was we released both projects at once to entice the market. So either a small or mid-sized firm or a larger firm could see one or both and decide whether or not they wanted to bid on these projects. Unfortunately, the procurement process did not result in awarding any of the projects. For the Civic Center, only two proposals were submitted, both of which were over budget. Both were rejected. For Elevation Place, only one submission was submitted, also over budget, and it was incomplete as well, also rejected. So both procurements were canceled, and thus here we are today. So what's next? Administration is recommending that we proceed with the required project, which is the Civic Center cooling project, to meet the provincial requirements. To do so in an environment of fiscal constraint and lack of funds corporately, the recommendation is actually to cancel the EP cooling project. It's not a requirement, it's not legislated. It sure is nice to do, though, that's for sure. There's been a long-standing desire to upgrade the cooling in those spaces, but in light of the fiscal constraints, the recommendation is to cancel that project, use those funds to fund the required project at the Civic Center. So with that, there are some options to consider. So administration forwarded 5 different options. So the first one being to implement both scopes of work to its fullest. That would require an addition of $385,000. The other option 2 is to basically reduce the scope from there. So only implementing rooms, cooling for Elevation Place rooms 207 and 208, those are the cardio and fitness rooms, and 214, which is the weight room. Okay, so that one would require an addition of $285,000. Option 3 is to only address the cooling in the most acute spaces that are in need of cooling, rooms 207 and 208. That would require an addition of $235,000. Option 4 is implementing the entire scope of work for air exchange as designed. So what that does is basically addresses the air circulation needs and matches the usage to the air circulations that's needed. And by doing so, that'll also address some of the cooling constraints in the spaces as well. So basically, you're vacating the air and exchanging that, getting the fresh air in there at a cycle that is called for in those spaces. Should the town have funding in the future, you can build onto that system and add that chilling system at a later date. It won't be sunk costs. The last option is installing a ductless air conditioning system in the smaller of the 4 rooms, 207, 208, and 214. So those are similar to what you might find in a hotel room, basically adding a ductless cooler at the ceiling level. So that would basically push cold air into the spaces. You might get the edge off, but it won't address any of the air circulation exchange needs for those spaces. So although affordable and it would address some of the concerns, it wouldn't be a full, complete scenario. So that's probably the least, while it would be an improvement, it's the least recommended of the 5 options that's presented. So that's where we are, that's where we're at, those are the options in front of you, and open to any questions that you might have.
Great. Thank you very much, Mr. Hannes. In the interest holder engagement, it mentions the proposed cancellation of enhancing elevation cooling was discussed with the rec department. I know that this has been a long-standing, a 10-year issue. I remember hearing about it starting 10 years ago when the decision was made to change those meeting rooms to the workout rooms and the bike room and stuff like that because of the demand. I was just curious, what did the rec department, what was their feedback?
Yeah, of course they would like an enhancement to the system because they're in the front lines of receiving the feedback from the community, and they're in touch with what the membership is looking for, and also from the instructors and staff as well, who are dealing with the temperatures that are in those spaces. Yeah, they were disappointed, but they understand the fiscal constraints that we're under.
Right, right. From my perspective, I see, obviously the 2 parts of this ask as being quite separate. The Civic Center is to meet a provincial standard, and so I like it or lump it, that's something that we'll probably have to address. Now, with regards to Elevation Place, one thing I am wrestling with myself is whether we cancel or whether we do some of the work or whether we do all of the work. And you answered a question that I had, and that's if we did like alternative 4, where we do the air exchange infrastructure, is that something that will lend itself to then continuing that project in the future? And I heard you say yes, you could, because it's actually part of the current design, and then you could add a chiller. And so I heard that correctly.
Correct.
Yeah, okay. So I guess then my question is, if you're going to do some work, let's say you're looking at 4, which doesn't use all that's currently allotted, and we'll see some money coming back to the general municipal capital reserve over time, or you were to do it all, which means a further output of funds, is there any, how do I want to put this? Is there a big drawback in just doing the part of the work now as opposed to doing it all? I know that you have to resource contractors again at some point in the future and get a price creep and all that sort of thing.
Yeah, certainly. There's always economies of scale when you move projects and scopes of work all together. That's why we're also not combining officially, but releasing both projects at the same time, because that's an economy of scale for a contractor who might want to do both projects. So likewise, within the one project at EP, two scopes of work, one is the air exchange, one is the chiller, there are economies of scale to do it all at once. And there's inflation and that sort of thing to consider for the future purchase of that equipment. But as said, one of the challenges with only doing a couple of the rooms and adding the chilling as well, that there might be some sunk costs there potentially, where you would purchase potentially an undersized chiller for those smaller rooms and then need to replace that one with a larger unit in the future. It wouldn't make too much savings to install not only the air exchange system and the properly sized chiller for the whole space. You've done the whole project pretty much. Yeah. The ducting to the other rooms is the more affordable pieces.
Right.
Yeah.
So might it be seen that if some work was to be done, alternative 4 might be a good initial step, because then it will also allow us to determine how much it in fact affects the cooling.
Correct.
And have a better sense of what else may need to be required, if anything.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. Looking to council to see if there are any other questions. Councillor Hillstead.
With the cooling for the Civic Center, was there any option to, because again, like there was the option to divert the water and just pour it out so it just gets wasted, but was there any option to tie it into just the toilets or anything like that? Or is it just with the plumbing, how it is just that's way too complicated and still would not work?
That's correct. Yeah, you'd need a large storage container and that sort of thing, which we don't have the space for.
Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Graham.
Thank you, Mayor. Back to the Civic Center. Was there any provincial grant money that was coming as a result of this policy change?
No.
None whatsoever.
No.
And are we looking at some sort of geothermal solution for this?
No, we're installing a traditional chiller.
Back, a very different system, okay.
Yep.
It is chilly here today, by the way. Is that on purpose?
Enjoy it while you can. Yeah.
Okay, and I think I'm along the lines of the mayor on where he's going with the other one. It's disappointing to hear that the province is making policy changes that cost us $500,000 without any sort of consideration for those budgets. But par for the course.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much, Mr.
Okay,
Adams.
thank you.
Okay, so we've got two motions recommended in front of us. I'll deal with the first one, and then I'm actually going to put forward the slightly amended second one. So that's a heads up to the municipal clerk. So I will move that council increase the budget for the Civic Center cooling system replacement, cap 7227, to $510,000, with the additional $235,000 funded from the Asset Replacement Rehabilitation Reserve. Would anybody like to speak to that motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. Now, is it possible to get the second motion on the screen, please? So with this, I would ask that you please, instead of close out, insert amend. And then after the brackets, put in accordance with alternative number 4 provided in the administration report. So in accordance with alternative, I can yell it if you want. No. Yeah, with alternative number 4, as provided in the administration report. And I would look to Mr. Hannes to offer any advice on that wording.
So the full scope that's outlined in option 4 would include rooms 209 A and B as well.
Okay.
So just confirming that you want just the scope of work or to include the full second floor of
Yeah,
fitness
that's
space?
what's outlined in alternative number
Correct.
4.
Yep.
Yeah, it mentions 207, 208, 209 A and B, and 214. Right. Oh, I see, for rooms, because it's labeled there. Yeah, so then after 208, let's insert 209 A and slash B. Yeah, there we go. Yeah. And I would add a comma, but that's just my Oxford tendencies. Yeah. Okay, very good. And I have support there from Councillor Faubert, so I appreciate that. Okay, yes, so thanks for that correction in the wording there. Yes, Ms. Smithers?
Thank you. So you'll need to change the last half of that recommendation because you won't be returning remaining funds, and you'll need to identify where the funds are coming from.
Okay, okay, I guess. Yeah, so, and reducing the budget from general municipal capital reserve accordingly? It says that 125,000 from the approved budget will go back.
I'm just wondering if we want to take a 5-minute break.
Sure.
People can use the washroom and then we can.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Good idea. Let's figure this, the wording out over a break. We'll be back in 5 minutes. Okay, we're back. Okay, we're back. And I thank all those involved in drafting the motion that's now on the screen for me to float out there, because if it's not supported, we're going to go back to an original one. Sorry, I'm just now seeing the faces in administration. No. So what we have up here is incorporating alternative number 4. And that is that council direct administration to amend that CAP project by adding rooms 2A and B and reducing the budget to $141,000 to install only the enhanced air exchange infrastructure, with the remaining $125,000 that's currently in that budget returned to the general municipal capital reserve. And I think that that is now provides very good clarity, and I appreciate that. I want to put this motion forward because this is a long-standing problem. It's 10 years. I think that we need to, it's not going away. If anything, it's only going to get worse. And I think that this is working within the current budget that we have. In fact, less than, and we can see, I think it's a good first step to determine what the air exchange infrastructure can have on the experiences in those fitness rooms. And from there, we'll have an even more educated assessment as to what is needed to, if anything, to cool those rooms. And I like that this is not sunk work. It's going to be work that would have to be done if we're adding chillers in order to do it properly. And so I'd ask that you consider this motion and support it. Would anybody else like to speak to the motion? Councillor Ma?
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm kind of in a spot right now. I might even need to ask a question to administration at one moment, if that's okay.
Sure.
But I just feel like today's been a really expensive day, and we got 520 on a railroad project that we had no say on. We've got another 510 for the Civic Center cooling system that we didn't really have a say on. We're contemplating a potentially really beneficial thing, depending which, for the $250,000 ask. With regards to bespoke consulting, we have a $67,000 ask from the Eagles. I don't know, maybe it's my cultural piece here where I'm just kind of like freaking out a little bit on how much it is. And so right now, I'm curious as to ask, say, a question to administration. Because we're coming up to our next budget cycle, I just kind of get a little nervous that we're kind of like shrinking things down. And by the time we get to October, November, when we have a bigger picture of other budgetary asks and concerns, have we already spent stuff, and so we don't have wiggle room, which kind of concerns me a bit. So
just before turning to administration, I want to break down the components of what you were talking about. Many of them that you were talking about were beyond our control.
Exactly,
So
but we still have to pay for it.
That does not have the same budgetary effect. I mean, it would have to be in there, right? It will have a down the road effect that if we have less reserves, because some of them are being paid from reserves, we may have to delay some other projects, and that will come forward. But I don't see how waiting to a budget process would help with those. The 250 is something that is to be determined. It's actually not spent. It is also,
it's a contemplation at this point.
It's absolutely not determined. The ask from the Eagles, absolutely
Same thing.
Question mark as well. So really the question that I'm putting before you is, do you want to continue with the, or cancel the pre-approved budget completely, or proceed in this manner, which is less expensive than is currently budgeted and we've already allocated to be spent? So this is a net gain while getting some net benefit. And that's what I'd like to do. So if there's some clarification on the budget, I would turn it to Dr. Cottle.
Ms. Smithers and I will tag team this. So the short answer to your question is yes.
Which part to which
Yeah.
question?
Okay, well, maybe to answer
Sorry.
that, I'll give you the longer answer.
Thank
I mean,
you.
I think this scenario that you've described today, and I agree with everything Mayor Krauser just said, right? But the challenge we always face outside of the budget process is that any discrete ask that comes to council as a one-off is fine. They're all good ideas, they're all important, they all have value. We bring them because there's benefit. But whenever they're asked as a one-off and not in a picture of the whole, it's a lot more challenging, right? So when you have the whole budget in front of you and a whole bunch of choices, suddenly things have different priority. It's easier to make
I see
a
a
set
big
of
picture.
priorities.
Yeah,
Then
okay.
there's this item, and the people who presented it seem nice and have good ideas, and so we want to support them. And so one-offs are really easy to support without a bigger picture. So, you know, will this decision or any of the decisions you made today or that you'll be asking to make today that you'll potentially make at a future meeting make or break the budget? No. But do they all have a stacking effect? Yes, of course. Yeah. And so, you know, we usually aim as much as possible to bring as much of that at budget time as possible. But inevitably, what Mr. Hannes and others are facing are the realities of once a budget is approved and you go out in the market and then things are what they are. So, you know, so the yes is there's a compounding effect, but it's really hard to isolate it without the whole entire picture. And no decision makes or breaks things, but of course it all adds up. And then it becomes a question for council in terms of how you want to set the tax rate. So you might feel different about this particular project or any of the projects you look at today in the context of the entire budget, but you also may not make any different decision when you had it.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, that's helpful. Ms.
If I
Witters?
might just add to that, the other ones that were made today, they were things we have to do. The
100%.
CPKC, getting used to that acronym, one, we're hopefully going to mitigate in the future as described by Mr. Reader by incorporating into the budget going forward rather than it being a surprise when we get the notice from the rail company.
Mm-hmm.
This one here is obviously a change in regulation, and we have to meet it, right? But what we're looking at here is between the two projects is a net decrease to the general municipal capital reserve of $110,000. So from 5.9 million to approximately 5.79 million. And so that's the context in which we're making this.
Mm-hmm.
It's the 235 up and the 125 down, 110 difference.
Ms. Withers?
Yeah.
So not funny or we'll be bringing that up after. Anyways, I was going to point out that this is, you've seen today two projects, both the Civic Center cooling and the EP cooling projects that came in at more than we budgeted. It's another contributing factor to why we also recommended canceling the EV charging installation project, among other factors for sure, but it's one of them. And we've also seen, I think the news article from the City of Calgary a couple of weeks ago said that their capital projects are coming in about, on average, 20% higher than what they budgeted. So they had to get a withdrawal from reserve. So I think, I agree with Dr. Cottle's point that you're seeing part of the picture today. I can tell you for sure what you're going to see as we get into the next capital plan and capital budget is fewer projects that cost more money. And the fewer projects that we have tend to be life cycle projects, so maintaining and repairing the infrastructure that we already operate. So it is a wicked problem for council and for administration. So I do think it is important. I completely agree with what members of council have said here today and with Dr. Cottle. Like on their own, these projects are good things to do. They're good for our community. They need to get done. We have a lot of projects that are good for the community and need to get done, and we can't do them all. So there is that bigger picture perspective of difficult choices that we're going to have to make going into future budget discussions.
Okay. Thank you.
Anybody else like to speak to the motion? Seeing none, call the question. All those in favor? All those opposed? The motion is carried with Councillor Ma opposed. We will now move to, that brings us back to G1, correct? Okay. Okay, so unfortunately, we delayed this so that Councillor McCallum could hopefully join, but she's still experiencing electrical and technological difficulties, and therefore is unable to join us for this particular debate. So to put us back into context here, we have two bylaws in front of us. The first one is a revised land use bylaw amendment that essentially takes political campaign signs out of the land use bylaw. And then the second one is a political campaign sign bylaw that creates the rules around political campaign signs as we currently have them in the land use bylaw, but limiting or excluding the ability for them to be on public property as they are proposed. So I will now move that the council give second reading to revised land use bylaw amendment 2024-5 political campaign signs. Would anybody like to speak to the motion? Councillor Faubert.
Thank you, Your Worship. This is for the land use bylaw changes.
This is for the land use bylaw. Yeah.
I support the process of taking the language around political campaign signs out of the land use bylaw and putting it into its separate bylaw for the reasons that administration provided. I think that it's easier to enforce, it's clearer, and changes can happen in the future if council wishes. And so I will support this, this change. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak to the motion? I'll call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. I'll now move that council give third reading to revised land use bylaw amendment 2024-05 political campaign signs. Would anybody like to speak to the motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. Now, moving to fill the void, the council, well, it is. Now we need to have a bylaw around political campaign signs. So we have one before us that is being recommended. And so I'll move that council give first reading to political campaign sign bylaw 2024-06. And I understand that there may be an amendment that wants to be proposed. Councillor Faubert.
I have two amendments for council's consideration. The first one, if I may look to the clerk, is to section 12. Section 12 states the owner of the political campaign sign is liable for a fee of $50 per day for the impounding and storage of the sign. I think that per day could result in a situation where someone has a higher than necessary fine for a campaign sign that's been picked up by a peace officer. I think that a flat $50 fine or for the impounding of a sign is enough. And I look forward to the thoughts of my colleagues on this one. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. So we have an amendment proposed on the floor. I will support that amendment for the reasons stated by Councillor Faubert. I also note that the following section allows the town to destroy a sign that has not been picked up after 14 days, and so we're not talking about something that's really going to stick around for a long time in any event. Would anybody else like to speak to this amending motion? Councillor Graham.
A question for Councillor Faubert. So for $50, can I have all my signs removed by the town of Canmore?
It's per sign.
So it's still per sign?
I'll do it for $10 per sign.
You got enough jobs. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Councillor Faubert, go ahead.
I do believe that the MGA speaks to the requirements of candidates to remove their signs. And in a situation like that, I would refer to the discretion of bylaw. So I think that, yeah, if someone left all their signs up and didn't take them down as a candidate, there is other consequences other than this one, so.
Okay. Anyone else wishing to speak to this amending motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. Councillor Faubert, you have a second amending motion.
I do. I'll start by saying that this amending motion is a compromise for me, because I believe that, my position would be that a person should be allowed to place political campaign signs on public land or highways in the community, which is the current practice. I hear a desire by my colleagues to address certain situations with signs, and I think that eliminating all signs from public property goes too far. And I think a compromise that I'm proposing is that they be banned from public property except along Bow Valley Trail. And I know in the past we had discussed the potential of using a couple of intersections. Councillor Graham, do you need a break? No. Okay. We talked about specific intersections or places with high visibility. For me, it's an issue around visibility, accessibility. I think that at the public hearing, we had a member of the public speak really well to it. And I think that Bow Valley Trail, when I think about it, is by our largest, longest commercial road. It contains within it no individual residential houses, right? It's almost all commercial. There's some residential on second floors. It is probably the most traveled road in our community by members of our community. It has high visibility, and it would address concerns around signs being proliferating everywhere during an election in terms of the aesthetic. What else do I want to argue on this one? I think that the aesthetic argument around political campaign signs is one where I have made a choice, and I choose to embrace what happens during our elections, especially municipal ones. I have actually seen elections in Canmore where we've had 23 candidates with signs out there. And I think that for a short period of time, it's worth celebrating our municipal democracy and elections through the fact that people are able to see that we're having an election. What really stood out to me at the public hearing was the remarks by Mr. Eidquist around voter turnout. And that's something I had never considered being affected before by changing this rule. And that really concerns me, because I already see our voter turnout as not as a challenging number that I would like to see increase. And so I think that in terms of a compromise from what we have now to what I hear council, the direction of council going, this was my best pitch. And I really am excited, and I welcome the debate. And thank you so much for letting me put this forward.
Thank you, Councillor. So we have an amending motion before us with regards to Section 4, adding except along Bow Valley Trail to the end of it. Would anybody like to speak to the motion? Councillor Hillstadt.
I won't be able to support this. Again, I think, for clarity and simplicity, it's just simpler to be no public places, private. People will still see the signs on private property because there's a lot of private property, and I'm sure that if that's the only place where people can put up their signs, they're gonna be knocking on doors. They're gonna be asking people to put up their signs, if they even choose to go the sign route. Looking at the last 3 election, or last 3 elections in Canmore for municipal. 2013, 38% came out to vote. 2017, 41%. 2021, 40%. I don't know if signs really correlated that, but you know, it hasn't changed much over the last 3 elections. It's been pretty steady. It's gone up, gone down a little bit. So again, with the, you know, it's not like we're saying you can't have signs anywhere. So if it was, you know, a blatant ban on signs everywhere, then I would maybe agree with, you know, there won't be signs out so people might not know there's an election going on. But I still think, I remember the last election and driving around and I saw, you know, different people's signs on different houses all over the place. So it was still very obvious that there was an election going on. And then there was signs just everywhere else too. So it's just one of those things. I don't know if that argument, for me, that argument doesn't hold a lot of weight just because I think that there's still going to be plenty of signs out there. It's still going to be obvious there's an election. And again, the people that generally go out to vote will probably continue to go out to vote. I know the first time door knocking, I talked to people and they said they just don't vote. And that was, didn't matter what, they were not going to vote, and that was that. So I think we just live in a day and age that that's kind of the case. That you have people that are really invested and they want to use that given right to vote, and you have people that just don't care. So for my ramblings, that's why I won't be able to support this.
Thank you, Councillor. Looking forward to hearing what other councillors have to say. Councillor Graham.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you for bringing this forward, Ms. Councillor Faubert. When we originally debated this, you know, getting down to the 4 locations was something that was palatable to me. And I wish you would have brought a limit to the number of signs you could have put along Bow Valley Trail. My concern here is that now Bow Valley Trail is the place where we just hammer it with signs, and it looks worse than it ever would have before. I championed on increasing the accessibility to democracy when I campaigned. And to me, my number 1 or number 2 expense was signage. But now as an incumbent who has kept my signs, I don't have any expense at all, or very little. And therefore now I have, incumbents do have that advantage. I think limiting the amount of money that people have to raise in order to print signs, which are debatable as to how much impact they have on outcomes. We saw people in the last election who printed a lot of signs and were elected. We saw people who printed a lot of signs and were not elected. I think the top and bottom of the last campaign. So for me, actually limiting the amount of dollars somebody has to spend to campaign increases the accessibility of the election to them. That, and I really don't think that just plastering Bow Valley Trail with election signs is the best strategy at this point in time. I thank you for your amendment.
So you're opposed?
I'm opposed.
Just a question, is there a number that you would have been happy with?
I think if we would have went back to the 4 number, if something along the lines of we put 4 here, I could have.
Yeah, that 4 was originally with 4 different intersections.
4 different intersections, but if Councillor Faubert would have said 4 along Bow Valley Trail, I would have given this more contemplation.
Okay, thank you.
Just along Bow Valley Trail, you could put 4 signs.
Okay.
Okay, I see what you're saying now.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Graham. Councillor Mara?
I just have a question, follow up on that. Is it 4 plus what's on commercial or private property on Bow Valley Trail?
Correct.
So it's 4 plus?
4 on public property.
Okay.
And I was just asking, I don't mean to, I was just wondering what Councillor Graham's number was. Okay. Councillor Mara, did you want to speak to the motion? the amending motion? Okay. Councillor Maw, what are your thoughts? And I'm trying to find out where people are at because I'm undecided right now.
I was still thinking about lighting.
Oh, sorry.
Okay. I was still thinking of lighting lamps of whale oil. But, yeah. I'm thinking more along the lines of Councillor Hillstad here, just because with the prior election, we did have a candidate that had, some candidates had lesser budgets, but because they came up with very strong platforms and had great community support, they surpassed another candidate that had vast sums of financial support that put ads in the paper, multiple signs, etc. So I do think one's message and platform is really what compels people to vote, and signs do have they're a part of the election package, but I don't think they're the make or break piece of it. So that's my thoughts there. So I'm leaning towards Councillor Hillstad. But I do think Councillor Faubert brings up an interesting point. Thank you.
Would anybody else like to speak to the motion? Councillor Faubert to close on the amending motion.
Yes. I think there are a lot of things that candidates do that reflect who they are to voters. How many signs you put up, where you put them up, is just one of those things. The content of your website, your advertising, what you talk about at doors are also factors. There are many things that go into an election campaign, not just signs. So for me, individual candidates already have the ability to not have signs if they think that that is the most reasonable, responsible choice for how we campaign in our community. Candidates have the ability to limit their expenses already by not spending money on signs, and some already do. It's their choice. If we were to eliminate campaign signs on all public property, we eliminate all of those choices and we make them for candidates. And we ascribe to them that a decision has been made around how is best to campaign in our community, and it does not involve signs. I think from a clarity and simplicity point of view, leaving the rules as they are now would be better than banning signs on public property. Banning signs on public property requires enforcement. It requires the ability to impound and return signs when they're inappropriately placed. It will require additional education, not just for municipal candidates, but for provincial and federal candidates. It's my position that we should allow political campaign signs on all public places and highways, not just Bow Valley Trail. But I'm suggesting Bow Valley Trail in this motion in order to find a compromise, because I heard concerns around clutter, use of resources, and in the community, and I felt that this could address some of those in a way, but also still allow candidates to have a choice to use the public space and the public realm for this democratic process, which I think is the status quo across Canada, and that I would like to see continue. I'm not sure how this vote's going to go, but I appreciate everyone's perspective. It's been a journey. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, so we have an amending motion on the floor. I'll now call the question. All those in favor? All those opposed? The amending motion is defeated with Councillors Faubert and Mera in favor. So we're back then to our original bylaw as amended, because the section 12 was changed. Before speaking to the bylaw itself, just wondering if anybody has any further amending motions. Councillor Faubert?
My backup was to propose an amendment that would allow signs in all public places. I should have started with that one. Right?
Okay, so you would be looking to,
No,
that would be a
I think
striking
it's-
of section 4?
yeah, I think it would be changing the wording because you still need the wording to allow it. I don't think I would get support, and therefore putting it on the table might just be an exercise in futility. So I will save maybe some time and maybe, and I'm prepared to speak to the.
Okay. All right. Okay, then in speaking to this, this bylaw, Councillor Hillstead?
I was just going to speak to the bylaw.
Go ahead.
Okay. So I will support this bylaw. One great thing about pulling it out of the land use bylaw is now, if at a future time we want to change it, it's way easier to change now. We can do it in one meeting. We don't have to do all the steps that we had to go through to get to here. So, if in the future we decide that, this was a horrible idea, we can change that. For me personally, probably 95% of my campaign signs went on public property. So if I run again, I'm going to actually have to go and ask people to put signs up. Or I'm just not, and I just won't worry about it because...
You're not going to run again?
Well, I just mean for the signs. Like, I don't love asking people to put signs up on their property because, you don't want to go to your friend's house and they're just like, no, because that just hurts you. But anyways, I think that, yes, being the ability to put them up on public property versus just private, I think really what drives people to vote for someone is not their campaign sign. It's going to the people, it's talking with them, it's listening to them, it's doing all the work that goes into why we ran for this job in the first place. It's to connect with your community. It's not just to go slap up a couple hundred signs and hope for the best. This is to get out there, to go talk to our residents, to talk to the people that we are asking for their vote. I think this actually helps the democratic process because now you need to go out there. You need to put some work forward. And last campaign, I did not do door knocking because we just came out of COVID and I was like, you know what, probably some people are not going to be really cool with door knocking right now. And you could see from the vote totals that that did not help me by not going out. The previous one, I did really well. This one, not as good. So, and I look at some of my fellow councillors, I know they were out there rocking it, going to community events, they were going out to markets, they were meeting the people, and they crushed it. That is how you win an election. You get out there, you put yourself out there, you talk with people. Throwing up a sign, sure, it gets your name out there, it might help a little bit, but what sticks in people's mind is talking with them and listening to them, not a sign. So to me, this gets rid of the clutter. It sets the same rules for all of us. No one, I think it actually helps with some people that, maybe they can only afford 100 signs, but they have 100 people they can go to and get those signs up. Whereas other people might have, a couple, 300, 400, 500 signs, and they just proliferate them throughout town, hoping for the best. So to me, this actually helps level the playing field. It can help lower the cost of running. I see a lot of good things in this. I think that this is the right thing to do. And again, if we decide that this isn't the right thing to do, we can change it in one sitting of council because it is now outside of the land use bylaw, so it's a lot easier to change. So.
Thank you, Councillor. In speaking to the motion, I will be supporting first reading. For many of the reasons that were just set out by Councillor Hillstead, I would add that there are so many free ways to campaign. Door knocking was mentioned, getting out into the community, but also every campaign, the newspaper is asking questions and publishes those answers. There's social media. Our community is very engaged in forums, and we have a number of them, and people talk about what their impressions were. So there's lots of ways to get out there. If you want to go the way of signs, I think it's more meaningful to get support of people that are willing to say, I'll put this on my front yard or on my deck or what have you. There's also other ways that do cost money. There's mailers, websites, advertising. There's lots of different ways. This last election for me was a breaking point for me. The visual clutter reached a new level. There was an absolute proliferation of signage that it actually, in some ways, I mean, it stood out for you, but in some ways it also numbed you to it. And it lost its meaning. I think it's very easy to see we're in an election campaign when you see the advertising in the papers, when you see the forums being put out, when you see the signs on your friends' or neighbors' yards. And so democracy is going to be very well served even if there's not signage on public property. And so for those reasons, I will be supporting this bylaw as presented with that one amendment to Section 12. Councillor Mera.
Thank you. After listening to everybody's, what their comments have been, there's validation in both what Councillor Faubert has said and Councillor Hill said. I think when you're going out to seek public office, many reasons motivate you to do it. And there are many ways to do it. I know in the last election, we had from someone having something in their truck driving around, which costs money, big signs, to someone who used a felt pen and a piece of white paper. I just think for reasonings, when it came down to clutter, I know that I was personally called on different ones that had many signs out there and asked my opinion of that person running. Some I knew, some I did not know. So people are doing investigations when they do see the sign. I think everyone has a choice of how they run and what they run. Whether it's door knockers, people don't have a choice when it comes in their mailbox. I use the newspaper. There's Facebook. There's many ways to not have clutter or waste environmentally. And going door to door, I had little pamphlets that I did do some door knocking during the last election, and I gave the person the choice that they could keep the pamphlet or I could use it at the next door. And some took it and some didn't. So I leave it up to the person who's the candidate and also to the people who are accepting your whatever at the door, their choice. I did listen to also what was said at the public hearing this morning. And for many of these reasons, I could go on and on, I will not be in support.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Faubert.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm not in support of this bylaw as amended. I find that eliminating the potential for political campaign signs on all public property to be heavy-handed. I think that if we have issues around clutter, we can address those without infringing upon the ability of people to use the public realm to express themselves as part of their election campaign. I think there are potential candidates or people in categories who will be at a particular disadvantage as a result of this, including people who have mobility issues or physical disabilities who cannot walk up front steps onto people's landings or porches to ring their doorbells, to do door knocking specifically. I also think less people will be aware that there is an election. I think that supporting campaign signs on public property is not saying that signs are the only way that people can campaign. That's not what I'm saying. That's not the position I'm taking. What I'm saying is that it's one aspect of how our democratic processes in Canada have worked across jurisdictions in municipalities at all levels of government up until now for our jurisdiction. I think that we will see less candidates run. I think this does put incumbents at an advantage and puts anyone who doesn't have any name recognition in the community at a disadvantage. And I think that's the real loss to our democracy, is that we had a different playing field for us when we ran. And now we're changing the rules for people who will run next. And we could have changed the rules to address the issues without completely banning signs
Which we're not banning signs, of course.
on public property.
There you go. Thank you. Okay, thank
I mean, well, but for what if, like, that's just it. There might be people who this eliminates any potential for them. So I am grateful for the opportunity to be able to speak to this motion. And I do agree with Councillor Hillstad that as a bylaw, it would certainly be easy to change. Should we see that the next election, there are impacts as a result of this. So I look forward to understanding how it rolls out better. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Graham.
Thank you, Your Worship. We've batted this around now for quite some time. I remember during the election and shortly thereafter, the feedback from the public was very negative as to the amount of signs that proliferated our town. I look right down the street at Banff and see a functioning, wholesome democracy at play. People of all political stripes, people of all, down the street, their democracy is functioning as it should. And they don't have signs. People even on private property in Banff are very skeptical or hesitant to place their signs out because of the perceived impacts of that, the environmental impacts of what these signs represent. I think that this actually enhances the accessibility to democracy for people to run. The cost of signs is significant. The environmental impact of signs is significant. And it is not the only way in this day and age. As Councillor Hillstad pointed out earlier, things are always changing. And there are more effective ways to campaign these days than littering our public spaces with signage. I want to thank all of our council members for a very wholesome debate, and I know it's not going to go the way some people want it to, but we have had a very thorough conversation, and we can change this in the future if we want to. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Ma.
Thank you, Worship. As Councillor Graham said, a lot has been talked about this issue, and there's been some really great points on both sides, and it's really quite thought-provoking. I think back to the previous election, and similar to what Mayor Krausert was saying, it was a level of sign proliferation that was pretty intense, and I was actually hearing some sentiments that people are actually turned off of voting, and they're actually sick of the election time because they saw so much signage. With regards to awareness of an election, I think when election time comes around, there will be signs on people's private property, and that will probably cue to most people that, yes, there is an election happening, and not everyone will be traveling down Bow Valley Trail either. And so I do feel that the sentiment of visibility will be sorted out there. Having said that, Councillor Hillstad said, if we want to do a change around, or whoever is the next council would like to do a change around, they can also do it. It'll be a little more easier to do because it's been pulled out of the land use bylaw. But I do feel that this is I think where we've gotten to is a good place to get to, and I'm curious to see how it goes. So I'll be in support. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll then call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? The motion is carried with Councillors Faubert and Mera opposed. I'll move that Council give second reading to Political Campaign Sign Bylaw 2024-06. Would anybody like to speak further to this bylaw? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Okay, all right. Certainly, certainly. I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? The motion is carried with Councillors Faubert and Mera opposed. I'll move that council give leave to go to third reading of the political campaign signed bylaw 2024-06. All those in favor? Opposed?
Hold on. You have to let us vote, though. This is the leave. You
Yeah,
have to let us
oh,
vote.
okay.
Let us vote. No, sorry.
Yeah.
If you want us to vote.
Okay, I will do this over. Just, this is the give leave to go to third reading. And I will ask the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. And now I'll move that council give third reading to the political campaign signed bylaw 2024-06. Would anybody like to speak to that motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? The motion is carried with Councillors Faubert and Mera opposed. Okay, so this has been a very unusual, thank you everyone, this has been a very unusual skip and jump around the agenda session. I'm just going to check with the municipal clerk. I've covered them all. Okay. I think so too. Okay. I will then move that we adjourn. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. Thank you.